Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High School Debate Competition 2024. We are in day 2 of the national round of competition. Previously, we would have the zonal rounds of competition where schools in particular parishes would have played off against each other. And upon winning, they would advance to the national round where teams play each other irrespective of the parishes that they're from, i.e. round 2 of the competition. With us, we have 2 amazing teams who would have battered it out in the zonal rounds of competition to make it here to round 2. And of course, the 2 teams I'm referring to is Immaculate Conception High School and Jamaica College. Indeed, 2 of the top institutions in Jamaica and 2 of the top institutions in Jamaica, specifically in debating. And so I know for sure that we have an excellent match upon us. They will be debating the motion. This House believes that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of citizens. Yes, I say this a lot, but I love these motions and I'm really looking forward to see how the teams are going to tackle these motions. I am, of course, Ravon Thomas Matthews. I am the chief adjudicator, one of 2, along with Jermaine Barrett, who's the founder and executive director for the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. Long name, Jade for short. We're very happy to be here today to undergo this second staging of the competition, in partnership with the Jamaica Civil Service Association, who really have shown that they are dedicated to the cause of debating, empowerment, public speaking, and all the wonderful soft skills that individuals get from debating. Critical thinking, of course, not being the least of those skills. And so we're very happy to partner once more with the Jamaica Civil Service Association. With me to judge these 2 fine teams are 2 fine judges themselves. We have the A-ranked judge, Miss Roshana Jarrett, who will be your chief adjudicator for today, along with, of course, Calicia Vassal, talented adjudicator, who will serve as her wing. At this point in time, I'll turn over to Miss Roshana Jarrett so that she can give her greetings and introduce her panel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, teams. My name is Roshana Jarrett, as Ravon would have indicated, and I'll be your chair adjudicator for this match. As it relates to the round, you would have probably already known the rules, but just in case, I'm giving you a reminder. Each first speaker has 7 minutes within which to make their presentation. Second speaker 6 minutes, and the third speaker has 5 minutes. But before we get to the third speakers, we will take a pause, 10 minutes, to have the cross-questioning, where 5 minutes, the opposition team will be allowed to ask questions of the proposition team. After your 5 minutes has elapsed, we'll move over to the proposition team, who will field questions to the opposition team. During the question and answer segment, each team will have the team asking the questions will have 20 seconds to ask their questions, and the team responding will have 40 seconds to respond. We ask that you respect the question and answer segment and do not speak out of turn. With that said, unless the teams have any questions, Ms. Vassal will assist me in terms of keeping the time. We will put the time signals in the chat, so please pay attention. Your first minute will be put in the chat. When you have 1 minute remaining, that will also be put in the chat. When it comes on to points of information, I'll put it to the team to find out whether or not they prefer their points of information in the chat, or if they prefer their opponents on mute and ask their points of information. Would you prefer your points of information in the chat, or would you prefer unmuting for your points of information?
Immaculate would prefer the team to unmute for the point.
Unmuting for Immaculate. Is that the consensus for JC?
I agree as well, yes.
All right, thank you. So points of information, the teams will unmute and pose their points of information. The question is asked once the opposing team accepts that point of information. So without any further ado, let's get the show on the road. We already know what the motion is. I will now invite the first speaker proposition to open the debate this morning. Here.
Just ensuring, can you hear me clearly?
I'm hearing you, but I get the feeling I'm gonna get some echo because of the distance. Go again.
Can you hear me more clearly now?
Yes, you're sounding a lot better now.
Okay. Teammates, esteemed adjudicators, and my worthy opponents, good morning to you all. Today we stand before you in favor of the motion. This House believes that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of citizens. We take the stance that using primarily majority views of citizens in addition to experts' opinion and other guidelines is necessary for a good relation between the governing and the governed, which is something that Jamaica undoubtedly lacks. My name is Olivia Cole, and I'm the first opposition speaker for today's debate. I'll be delivering the points why using majority views of citizens is important, the mechanisms we propose to use to implement this, and why it is needed. Our second speaker, Carrie Small, will take on the duty of presenting you with the points of accountability, informed citizenry, and pragmatic decision-making, while our third speaker, Aisha Stone, will be concluding why the side proposition has clearly won this debate. First, I'll provide you with some key terms and definitions. It is important to note that primarily means for the most part and not only by. Policy decision-making is a process of creating guidelines for policies that shape how our government operates. In Jamaica, the citizens feel their opinions/voices are not taken into consideration until it comes up time for elections. This is when the roads that were destroyed by rains months ago are repaired. When politicians visit communities they would have neglected. Only then do the opinions of citizens matter. In a Gleaner article, it states, voter apathy has been a concern for some time, and fears about the threat it poses to the country's democracy started to increase even more after 30% of registered voters cast ballots in the 2016 local government election. The turnout then dropped significantly to 29.6% in the 2024 local government election. Among these reasons, Jamaicans decided not to vote was their view that people do not benefit. None of them, meaning political parties, helping the people. All politicians are the same, or politics too dirty, relating to corruption. This is what Jamaican citizens have said. Additionally, according to BTI 2024 Jamaican Country Report, governance remains hindered by poor efficiency and weakness in creating a more inclusive democratic form of governance. This is detrimental both to the country's economic development and to continued public support for democracy. It is undeniable that citizen inclusion is one of the problems in Jamaica's democracy and policy-making process, that fixing this is both a necessity and a solution. But why? Ladies and gentlemen, our country is diversifying. Moves are being made and discussions are being had around controversial topics, policies, and one of the biggest, constitutional reform. The decisions like this ahead, we need to fix this problem in our government so we no longer feel excluded from these decisions, but more content with those made by our government. We in the opposition are not blind to the faults of our proposal, and so we come with solutions. Some may argue that it is too timely, too money intensive to implement this strategy. So that we ask, would you rather spend the time, money, and effort to ensure that the opinions of the citizens in your country are respected and valued in decision making, or have the decisions and policies you put out disrespected and not followed due to dissatisfaction and losing citizen support for democracy? The time, money, and effort used to ensure this would be well spent and not in vain. The argument may be made that Jamaican citizens are uneducated and do not have the expertise to make decisions that will ultimately affect themselves. To that I say, how narrow-minded. It's the government's responsibility to ensure that citizens of Jamaica are informed so they can be involved in this decision-making process, and not for them to decide that citizens are too incompetent to participate. Places such as the Ministry of Education, Youth, and Information are one of these associations that aim to influence and inform our citizens on this. The Jamaica Association for Debating and Empowerment held a constitutional reform debate, and one of the main reasons was to educate young people on the decisions that are being made that will ultimately affect them. Seeing that other organizations are trying to inform others on policy decisions, the government holds no excuse. We propose a mix between our Jamaican parliamentary democracy and a consensus democracy. In this system, decision-making often requires negotiation and compromise among multiple parties, which may include minority groups or opposition parties. This approach seeks to ensure that diverse interests are represented and that policies reflect a wider range of perspectives, thereby enhancing social cohesion and stability. The government remains accountable to the Parliament, but operates within a framework that encourages dialogue, collaboration, and consensus building, rather than adversarial politics. Germany employs a consensus-based and decision-making model within its parliamentary system, particularly through coalition governments. In this context, major political parties must negotiate and reach agreements that reflect the majority's preferences while accommodating minority interests. While this House believes that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of citizens and holds merit due to its alignment with democratic principles like legitimacy and responsiveness, it must be balanced with consideration from consensus democracy and expert influences. A hybrid approach, one that values majority opinion while incorporating diverse perspectives through consensus building efforts and leveraging expert knowledge, can lead to more effective governance overall. Let us balance, not exclude. Let us educate and not assume. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first speaker proposition. I now invite the first speaker from side opposition to respond to the arguments.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Are you able to hear me properly? Okay, good. We had some internet connection issues, so we weren't able to hear some of the speech, but nonetheless, we will still continue.
All right. So before you begin, Jamaica,
so before I begin,
we are seeing the internet problem because your speech, well, what you just said, no, it's kind of choppy. Is there any other internet source, data, anything? Okay, I think they're frozen.
well, we have authorized access to the Wi-Fi, so we can get on it as students.
Okay. What about your staff advisor? Can they get access? Because we don't want their case where you're speaking and we're not hearing you.
I understand that.
And you know what I recommend as well? Ideally, we would want you to have your cameras on, but in extraordinary circumstances like this, we'll allow you to turn off your camera to see if that's
Understood. Okay. If there's any problem whatsoever, let me know.
All right.
Okay. I will.
No, JC, no, that's bad. It's somehow worse with the camera off.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairperson, on
RJC, so we're not hearing you at all. Ron, maybe we need to pause the recording.
I will absolutely pause the recording. Yeah, pause the live stream.
The stream, yeah. How do we treat with this?
All right. We're going to pause for a second. I'm going to call them directly and find out if they can get access to the Wi-Fi.
All right. Team Immaculate, we crave your patience as we try to see how best we can get Jamaica College up and running.
No, man, we completely understand.
Okay, sorry about that again. We got disconnected, obviously.
And you're still very
Are you able to
choppy.
hear us properly now?
No, you're choppy.
Pardon me?
You are chopping
Understood.
up. Is there any way that your staff advisor could get you access to the internet?
I think she's on this meeting. We could, I don't know if she's actually listening.
That's Bennett. Charwayne. Charwayne. It's Bennett. All right, I don't think we're hearing you.
Miss, can you hear me?
So we're
Hello?
hearing you. We're not sure how great the connection is. Are you now connected to the Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
All right.
No, our staff advisor, she's on her way with another device. So I apologize about the delay.
And
We
we
feel very bad about
understand.
it.
We understand.
Yeah.
That
Yes,
connection
extensively immaculate.
that connection not working at all, JC. So
You're
let's wait
breaking up.
until she gets there.
Hello, can you hear us now?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're not sure how good the connection is gonna be, but
Okay.
that sounds a little bit better.
All right. Okay. Yes, this is the most better to be honest. This is actually better.
Okay, we apologize again. I'm apologizing extensively. I'm sorry. Um, as I said, to begin again, we want to acknowledge the fact that we agree with the definition immaculate use for the moot. We agree that primarily stands for predominantly and not only, and that other considerations can be taken into account into the policy decisions as well. Hence, beginning. Mr. Chairperson, honorable members, and esteemed opponents, I, Yatney Walters, stand here today to express opposition's adamant stance against the notion that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of citizens. Majority is not just another word for dogmatism, the prevailing notion that the larger the number, the stronger the forces, the more coherent the belief. We are modern people, and we have enough examples and anecdotes of history to prove that sometimes the answer is simply just quality over quantity. The proposition presenting the white knight arguments referring to democracy and voice of the people is admittedly very seducing. However, through actual analysis, adopting this practice is not just frankly foolish, but also detrimental to the humans of society. To steer this debate in a logical direction, let's delve into what side opposition is presenting. If there's a majority, then when it comes to public views, then there must be a minority. So what exactly is a minority? Well, I'm sure we're all assuming that it implies a population subgroup numerically smaller in size. Then what does the actual definition include political disempowerment? Why should these groups be suppressed simply because they believe something differently? Why should the minorities lack power? Ah, Mr. Speaker, that is the key word, power. Adjudicators or proposition is focusing on hosting their arguments on power. Just like Icarus from Greek mythology, they are flying too close to the sun. In a society where the majority rule is prioritized, significant problems will arise. If we were to rely too heavily on majority views, it could lead to the suppression of minority rights and interests. The subgroups will be marginalized for a new policy to be implemented. In other words, this means that the people who are simply exercising their deserved human rights, given to them by the Constitution, mind you, the right to their own opinions, will be viewed as outcasts simply because a greater number of people agreed to pass a bill. These outcasts are now vulnerable to infringement of their rights simply because of different opinions. Is this the society we want to perpetuate? To use an actual example, according to newnarrative.com, many people in Southeast Asia on paper have protected rights, but in practice experience discrimination or are discouraged from exercising those rights. 2008 Constitution of Myanmar, for example, recognizes four main religions, namely Christianity, not accepted at this time, namely Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and animism, as religions existing in the Union, quote unquote. The Constitution further states that the Union may assist and protect the religions it recognizes to its utmost. Of course, in reality, the Constitution promises fail to translate to actual protection. Quite the opposite. Since the Myanmar government continues to discriminate against thousands of Muslims and openly refuse the right to full citizenship, which encompasses their legal status, rights, membership, and political participation. They are referred to as refugees and illegal immigrants. This is what happens when we prioritize the majority view. We simply ignore the voice of the little people, and all in the holy name of democracy. Icarus fell from the sun. Adjudicators, if you are not yet convinced, let me thoroughly explain how the use of majority rule negatively affects these people. Mr. Speaker, I cannot exaggerate the lack of expertise the public have, how they are sometimes fueled by emotions and unwittingly uneducated biases, and how these extensively affect their choices. My opponents, why would we have a government or a leading body? Why did our predecessors go through all that trouble to establish a constitutional monarch in the first place? The people are calling the shots anyways. This means that we don't need a government. My third speaker will speak on this. The citizens may not always have the knowledge or the clinical expertise required to make decisions on complex policy decisions. The simple fact is that the title specialists and experts aren't just for commendation or pride. These people are who they are because they have specially trained to manage policies. It is almost like all of a sudden we want to discredit parties and plead democracy. Foolishness. Furthermore, this is also touched on polarization. Majority views may not always prioritize inclusivity. These two subgroups will be repelled from each other, with the force between them being the political disagreement. Take, for example, the Maroons. They are descendants of enslaved Africans who escaped from plantations and formed communities in the mountains of Jamaica. They signed treaties with the British in the 18th century, which granted them autonomy. But since Jamaica's independence, they have been paying tax on the lands they are living. Gentlemen and ladies, my second speaker will expound more on this. My fellow friends, I want you to also introduce the concept of intersectionality, concept which shows that a person is composed of multiple social identities, such as race, gender, class, etc., which intersect and interact. Identity is not a singular fixed entity, but rather a dynamic. Identity is contextual. How you identify these changes depending on where you are and who you are interacting with. A Jamaican person may stress their Jamaican identity in Florida, United States, which has a large ethnic Jamaican population, and less so while in the rest of the country. A middle-class individual, let's call him James, from Kingston, may feel he's wealthy when he's in a rural country area, but poor in the northern coastal side of Jamaica, as it has a far higher concentration of wealth and higher living costs. Adjudicators, do you see how each of these situations, their identity as a minority changes? Now tell me, should they be ostracized simply because they make up a smaller group? Second, one identity changes over time and is highly influenced by a person's interaction with society and culture. People who are raised in culture other than their parents and also live in a different environment during a significant part of their childhood development years, and consequently form an identity that is hybrid of all these influences. So what exactly are we proposing? We want to emphasize that we don't want parliamentary supremacy, but instead we simply want to lead the decision-making to the experts. If a policy decision should be passed, the majority view can be considered, but should not be the primary decision-making factor, as the mood suggests. Instead, we should aim to be more progressive and focus predominantly on the preservation of the society, the minority groups, and most importantly, human rights and life. Policy, the opposition rests its case for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first speaker opposition. We now invite the second speaker proposition to continue the case for side proposition.
The opposition said that critics argue that prioritizing majority views can lead to the oppression of minority views whose rights may be overlooked or violated in favor of popular opinion. However, it is essential to recognize that democratic systems often include checks and balances designed to protect.
All right, hold a moment. I'm not sure if I'm the only person who is not hearing clearly. Are you hearing clearly? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the device that's blocking the audio, but yeah, something is happening. Are you reading from the computer?
Would you like me to start over? It's fine. Would you like to start over?
Sure. Kalisa, can we restart the time?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thank you.
The opposition argues that prioritizing majority views can lead to the oppression of minority groups whose rights may be overlooked or violated in favor of popular opinion. However, it is essential to recognize that democratic systems often include checks and balances designed to protect minority rights, for example, constitutional protections. Policymakers should strive for inclusive dialogue that considers minority perspectives while still reflecting majority sentiments, which is why we say that a consensus system will take all of this into consideration and factor. Good morning, adjudicators, our worthy opponents, and members of the proposition. My name is Paris Small, and I'm the second propositional speaker. This House believes that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of citizens. Let us discuss how the government should consider, respect, and abide by the requests of the people who are to benefit from the decisions being made, and how this will lead to pragmatic decision-making, the people of Parliament being held accountable, and reduction, and also with re-education and information of citizens. Majority views often represent a consensus or a compromise among diverse perspectives within society. By focusing on what most citizens want, policymakers can make pragmatic decisions that are more likely to be effective and widely accepted. The definition of a democracy is a political system that allows citizens to participate in political decision-making. According to the World Forum on Democracy, electoral democracies now represent 120 of the 192 existing countries. The New Zealand parliamentary electoral system has been based on the principle of mixed member proportional representation, MMP.
Hold on.
This is an electoral system in which voters cast two.
Pause the time, Calista. I think your internet is now acting up. Did we just lose them for a second or two there? Just want to make sure that's not on my end. Okay, so you're having the same problem. All right, continue. Let's see if the internet continues to be disruptive.
The overall composition of the legislature is primarily determined by the party's votes, ensure that the number of seats each party holds reflects the proportion of views they receive nationwide. Since using this method to allow citizens of New Zealand to impose their views on the decision-making process, the economy of New Zealand is now a highly developed free market economy. They have the 16th highest currency globally and ranks 53rd by the GDP, while Jamaica ranks all the way at 123rd. This shows the direct impact that our government's decisions have made as a Jamaican government focuses on creating convenience rather than allowing accessibility to the people who are less fortunate. Many Jamaicans have to sit by and watch their taxes are used to fund a cause they cannot even access. If the Jamaican government listens to citizens' views, they will be capable of making pragmatic decisions and policies instead of inefficiently allocating our money. An example of this can be seen as of recently when the Jamaican notes were changed. It is claimed that this upgrade was to enhance security features, to combat counterfeiting, and to help the visually impaired. This is truly ironic, as Jamaica is a country that usually neglects the physically impaired, evidenced by the fact that there are only 38 schools for over 10,000 special needs children in Jamaica, according to UNESCO. This takes me to my next point about keeping members of parliament accountable. When policies are informed by majority views, elected officials can be held accountable by their constituents. If a decision does not align with public opinion, voters have the power to express their dissatisfaction through elections or other forms of civic engagement. This mechanism encourages politicians to remain responsive to the needs of their electorates. The decision-making process to determine policies is highly akin to the expertise in a specific area. The government believes that experts' opinion is more valid or credible than the opinion of the public. While this might be true in control situations, many citizens have more practical experiences on dealing with societal issues than the members of parliament. For example, taking the bus or buying from a vendor. Many members of parliament do not have these experiences. In the recent pay reform of the government workers, it was revealed that the lowest salary a member of parliament has received as of April 2024 was 14.1 million Jamaican dollars per year, while the average Jamaican salary is 2.3 million Jamaican dollars per year. Keeping this in mind, it is absolutely ridiculous that people who make the country's policies and the members of parliament are among the richest people in Jamaica. They are entirely responsible for making policies and governing the actions of citizens who are suffering and in complete impoverishment, all because they have deemed the Jamaican public as uneducated and misinformed. This method of deciding policies can help to reform and re-educate our citizens. With advancements in technology and communication, citizens have access to a vast amount of information about policy issues. Public opinion polls, surveys, and social media platforms allow for real-time feedback from citizens regarding their views on various matters. This means that majority opinions can be informed by a well-informed citizenry rather than being based solely on populism or emotional responses. If our government begins to treat the opinions of the public as valid views to be taken into consideration, the people would work towards being better informed instead of mindlessly believing every rumor about the government. As it currently stands, the government does not inform the citizens on the process to do better as Jamaica as a whole. This creates a sense of discord between citizens and their governing body. With the implementation of social media, it is easy for impressionable minds to be privy to falsified information about the government. When paired together, this creates a system where the citizens are unhappy and the government takes no course of action to rectify this, leading the citizens to develop hatred for the governing body and conspire against it. If the government would be transparent with citizens on how decisions were made and to educate them on why different courses of action were taken in order to come to a conclusive decision, the people would feel heard and seen and know that their taxes are put to good use, and this would help to stimulate critical thinking and comprehension in more of the Jamaican citizens that they so much lack. I hope that the judges and adjudicators will understand that recognizing the opinions of the public in a conscious decision-making process is a primary way to improve a nation as a whole. I rest my case.
All right, thank you very much, second speaker proposition. I now invite the second speaker opposition to make their case.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, so honorable judges, worthy opponents, and guests, good morning. Today I come before you in firm opposition of the motion that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of the citizens. My dear opponents, while democracy is a powerful force for representation, the majority view cannot be the singular compass that steers policy. Why? Because what the majority wants is not always what is right, just, or wise. In fact, it is often shaped by forces outside of reason, logic, and fairness. First and foremost, in our contemporary era, social media and globalization are two powerful engines driving today's majority views, so we must not fail to analyze its implications thoroughly. To put things into perspective, I want you to imagine a scenario where you're scrolling through your social media feed and you see headlines, memes, or viral content which repeatedly shapes the public's opinion on everything from climate change to even healthcare. What we must understand, though, is that behind these majority opinions are algorithms, influencers, and media platforms that are driven by bias, profit, and engagement metrics. The facts we encounter are biased, they're uncorroborated, and they're tailored to echo chambers that reinforce specific perspectives. We can even go over to globalization, where globalization has opened doors for international concepts to permeate local conversations, often leaving people to adopt views that are not contextually relevant or really factually accurate. We're allowing individuals outside of our country to have a voice within our country. Policies that are designed to cater to majority views in such a world are not necessarily based on rational, well-researched perspectives, but trends and manipulated narratives. If policy decisions are shaped by these influences, we are handing over control to bias and misinformation rather than informed and educated opinions, educated individuals. Why is the majority view majority view? It is not because it is inherently correct, but because it is easily shaped by loud voices, not necessarily wise voices. No. Consider the short-term gains over long-term benefits that often dominate majority opinions. The majority of citizens naturally focus on immediate, tangible benefits, but really, who can blame them? The pressure of everyday life often makes it difficult to prioritize long-term prosperity over short-term relief. But policy that should be aimed at the future. Imagine a government that constantly yields the public demand for tax cuts, welfare increases, or relaxed regulations. Policies that win votes today but result in a collapsing economy, crumbling infrastructure, or environmental disasters in the future. The majority rarely considers the complex trade-offs involved in long-term planning. If policies were to prioritize their views, we would sacrifice the prosperity of future generations for today's comfort. This is why we see the rise of populism, politicians who manipulate majority views to achieve power. Populist leaders often appeal to the public's immediate desires, disregarding the long-term consequences or majority rights. By telling people that what they want to hear, they distort policymaking into game or instant gratification. These manipulative tactics are designed to consolidate power, not to craft policies that are sustainable, equitable, or just. As a result, majority rule in policy becomes a tool of manipulation rather than a reflection of genuine collective wisdom. Now let's even talk about the Maroons in Jamaica, as my first speaker outlined. They are a prime example of how the majority rule can lead to injustice. The Maroons, an indigenous group that has enjoyed autonomy over their land since Jamaica's independence, are now facing pressure from the government to pay taxes on lands they were historically exempt from. These lands were granted to them as part of their right, not accepted at this time. These lands were granted to them as part of their right to self-determination. Yet today, as the majority pushes forward land control and resources, their rights are being stripped away. This is what happens when policy is dictated by majority views. Minority groups lose their voice, their rights, and their heritage. The proposition would have us believe that the majority view reflects fairness. But I really ask, is it fair to the Maroons? Is it fair to the minority group, though whose interests differ from that of the majority? The status quo that my opponents would like a campaign on is neutral. It reflects on the preferences of those in power and those in a majority. But we, like the Maroons, like countless minority groups, deserve protection from a system. Minority rights protects everyone. This is where the opposition's position stands. Policies should ensure that the rights and needs of all groups, especially minorities, are safeguarded. Proposition by advocating for majority rule is the proposition by advocating for majority. One second. They fail to realize that they are minorities themselves. Finally, let's even look at an ordinary citizen. We can have him as James, who represent the minorities among us. If we as a society allow policy to be dictated primarily by majority views, James, like the Maroons, will find himself ostracized, marginalized, and disregarded. What protects him today is not the majority's goodwill, but policies that recognize his rights, despite what the majority may want or think. The second speaker even said it herself. The Constitution protects the rights of Jamaicans. So this being the case, why must we disregard the role of the government, as they simply represent the individuals that elected them, right? So by allowing popular opinion to drive policy, we risk undermining the core principles of fairness and justice, which is a truly democratic society must protect the rights and voices of all individuals. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the proposition fails to acknowledge that democracy is not merely the role of majority. It protects.
Thank you very much. Second speaker, opposition. All right, at this point in the debate, we will pause for our 10 minutes of question and answer. Kalisa, I'm gonna put the 5-minute time spans on my timer, and then you can monitor the 20-second and 40-second segment. All right?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, let me just bring my timer up. All right, so we're gonna start out with the opposition fielding questions to the proposition. Remember, you have 20 seconds to ask your question and 40 seconds to respond. Team opposition, your time starts now.
Awesome. Okay. So, proposition, how do you account for the dangers of populism, where majority opinions are often manipulated by charismatic leaders who exploit public fears and desires, leading to harmful policies? How do you prevent this manipulation from distorting important decisions?
Okay, first of all,
We're still listening.
No, we're hearing you.
Okay. What we proposed was a hybrid system where the opinions of experts are combined with majority views. So therefore, the experts would give the public knowledge of policies and policy making so that they will be equipped with what they need in order to address and to help in making policies. Additionally, we propose re-education of our citizens so that they will have the proper knowledge and tools that they needed to help in policy making. And another thing to that is that fact-checking and social media oversight. So while politicians may make promises and be manipulated, we have media groups such as RDR and other, the Gleaner, who are accurate, who give information that are totally independent of politicians and are not swayed by the influence of politicians. Those media groups will help the people to be properly informed.
All right, thank you. All right, next question, JC.
You see? Okay, how does that then prevent opportunities for dictatorships to occur when polarizing views are held by experts who are advising government officials?
Could you repeat the question, please?
The question is, how does that then prevent opportunities for dictatorships to occur where polarizing views are held by governments and their advisors and the experts that you say would be advising the majority or the public rather?
Okay, I think your first speaker was the one who proposed that the expert views should be taken in consideration over the majority views. So if you are the ones who are proposing, you guys propose that I have it written down here, that the expert views should take precedence over the majority views. You are the ones who are giving way to authoritarianism. You are the ones who are putting the country at risk of dictatorship. You are the ones who are doing that. Therefore, that precedent is not.
By the way, Maki, right? First of all, you're very charismatic, and I like that. But I'm saying, what I said was, in my speech, in terms of experts, prioritizing the experts' view over the majority's view, we're talking about unbiased facts and raw data, not influenced by any political stance whatsoever.
Okay, but experts are also people, and experts also have their own personal feelings and opinions. As you can see, people like Donald Trump, people like Kim Jong-un, they have their own personal motives.
Yes. Yes.
Hold on, guys, we have to let them finish.
If they are given the opportunity to.
Additionally, for facts and credible information, it falls on the government. So the government's responsibility to make sure that the citizens are properly educated to make these decisions. You know, so we give the citizens the information so they are able.
Exactly.
And also transparency. You need to tell the citizens how their opinions are used, how the expert opinions are used, how they are combined to give policies that are aided for the masses. It's not a thing where you're just making yourself and you put it out to them. You inform them on how it was made and why it was made. And so that can help in that regard. Exactly.
So firstly, I want to outline the fact that you said that they're humans as well and they're citizens, so they're going to be biased. But we can take into account a counselor who they are trained to be unbiased when dealing with their clients. So they won't bring their personal feelings into the matter. But then all being said, we move on to the next thing where
this does not really address the polarization that is often taken on by the leaders of these parties that are supposed to be representing the majority. It simply does not express or speak to or answer the polarization that is typical and very prevalent in our own Jamaican society by the opposing parties.
So, okay, next
I think
question.
Immaculate should be responding.
So, in regards to polarization, that's why we have things in. Well, I think that transparency and also the fact that when you have citizens, their views being taken into account for policy decisions, citizens can now take politicians accountable for their decisions. If they make a decision that does not agree with the population, now it's the politician's responsibility to have that transparency, to make sure that citizens know why that polarization cannot occur when the politicians are taken accountable for their decisions and informing the citizens.
And I think what you guys are referring to is us versus their mentality between the majority and the minority. Could you correct me if I'm wrong? Is that what you guys
Well, the time is up. Thank you very much. There ends your 5 minutes. And now we go over to team proposition, who will field questions to the opposing team. All right, ready when you are.
We have said that politicians have some of the highest salaries in Jamaica. How can you classify them as a minority that is marginalized and compare them to refugees in countries of war that are not democratic?
Pardon me, can you repeat that question, please?
As we have said that politicians have some of the highest salaries in Jamaica, how can you classify them as a minority that are marginalized and compare them to refugees in countries of war that are not democratic?
You're muted, JC.
We know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We didn't hear the question. Can you repeat?
No, we heard the question, but
Yeah,
we're
deliberating.
right?
Just remember the deliberation is taking up your 40 seconds.
Okay, well, we're saying that we didn't necessarily use the examples of politicians, and we're not saying that politicians and their high salaries can be compared to the minority, nor are we saying that we can compare that to those who are living in war-torn countries. And I think it is interesting that you bring that up in your point, as if these politicians with these high salaries were not voted in by the proposed minority, which we are advocating for.
Yes, so let us not fail to acknowledge the fact that members of parliament, there's a system in which they are placed into that position. The individuals, the people, the citizens are the ones who put them into that position. They choose the person who can reflect who they want, reflect who they are themselves and what they want to change. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Next question, Immaculate.
Our next question is, how can we implement the views of the minority if you propose an expert-based policy decision-making process? I know you guys mentioned facts, but however, most times, as we have seen reflected throughout the governance of Jamaica, these facts do not speak for the minority. So how do you propose we take into consideration the views of the people with the experts being
Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you for the question. The thing is, the policy decision and the experts in this sense, they will focus mainly on protecting the minority rights. The experts we're referring to are not using data from the majority groups. They are simply prioritizing the minority rights and preventing them from being ostracized. So the thing is, we can use those experts to focus on protecting them so that they will not be marginalized. Simply, that's my answer.
Okay.
Okay, you stated that algorithms are available on social media as well as media influences and trends. But is that not why the government exists, which consists of experts who make the final decision? What is your explanation for this?
Can you repeat what's the question?
What's the question?
So you stated that algorithms are on social media, which influence the people. But what we proposed was a combination of experts alongside the people. But so what's your explanation for this?
So though algorithms are yes sir. Though can you repeat one more time? I didn't hear you.
Limited.
Okay.
All right, so the question that we're asking is if you have the experts in the government, of course they have the knowledge, but they don't have the experience, right? So how do you explain this? How do you explain them making decisions for those who have the experience, who will be the ones majorly affected by these policies?
Yeah. I'm sorry, the question is completely different from the previous one, so it's kind of, I'm not really
Let's
sure what
scrap
the
the
question
previous
is.
question and throw in another question at you.
Okay, can you repeat the second question then, please?
Okay, so
Immaculate.
the question I just asked is in experts, having experts in the government to make the final decision. Of course, they're the one with the information, with the expertise, but they may not have the experience. And sometimes you favor knowledge over experience, but with experience, how do you expect them to make these decisions final for those who will actually be or majorly be affected by these policies?
To call one an expert implies that they have studied and understand the experience of the individuals who they are attempting to advocate for. So I would not necessarily call one an expert who does not understand the inputs and outputs of the people they are or the study they are experts within. And understand that or believe that you are implying that the literature which they have studied and their academia does not necessarily imply that they understand what they are talking about. However, from an expert, I would expect them to understand experience for them to be able to apply this academia and this literature that they have studied to the real life of the minority that they're representing.
Experts are not wholeheartedly characterized by experience, but by severe study by their what's the predecessor? Yeah.
Right.
All right, thank you very much. We have gone through our 10 minutes of question and answer, and now we will invite the opposition reply speaker to close out the debate for side opposition.
Okay. Adjudicators and esteemed opponents, I, Justin Mitchell, stand resolute in the notion that policy decisions should not be informed primarily by majority views, as it fails to consider centrism and minorities which exist within all societies. The parliamentary system within the Caribbean was largely influenced by British colonial rule. By bringing the system of governance to the region, power was able to be balanced between the governor and the assembly, that which lies within the region, ensuring that the voices of both the ruling and authority and the local population were heard. From this, older colonies, namely Jamaica and Barbados, could establish local government, dividing the countries into parishes, where their diverse and differing inputs, which benefit the country at large, could be managed according to the opinions of the individuals contributing to these inputs. However, the parliamentary system was also designed primarily to protect the minority rights and prevent tyrannical domination by the majority. Thus, through dividing power between the government bodies of the larger and smaller houses, this prevents any single entity from holding power. Furthermore, in agreeing with your definition, we are disagreeing with the notion that policies passed on the behalf of the majority would be effective in representing a populace, and it is devious in nature to say that it would do such a thing. The capitalist majority rule, which our opposition has suggested, values the feelings of the majority as opposed to that of the minority. It kind of implies that our proposition is considering that the minority is emotional, that this view is emotionally charged, as I saw you mention communism and hatred for governing bodies. What a conclusion can be drawn then from instances where the majority rule in policymaking later appeared to not have been the best move for an institution. Ah, that sounds familiar to me. In the name of the West Indies Federation, from which our very own Jamaica withdrew, a United States of the Caribbean of sorts, which was seeking a joint independence from the British monarchy. In our modern day society, Jamaica has one of the largest economies and is doing comparatively well compared to the rest of the Caribbean. However, the value of our dollar compared to those of the Eastern Caribbean states is disproportionately less. This speaks to how this may not have been the best move for Jamaica and can imply that, hey, the minority should have been considered during this time as the majority vote, which was for Jamaica to withdraw from the West Indies Federation, did not benefit us in the long run. Furthermore, voters can disagree, but what if such disagreement is not of the majority, which the opposing house favors? These disagreements would then be disregarded and may not be considered in spirit and in truth. And it kind of implies that individuals are bringing their personal opinions into policy making when truly we're all trying to benefit the greater good. My first speaker spoke about the oppression of the Muslim groups in Southeast Asia. The government and the policy decision makers stated on paper that they will protect these minority groups. However, as we can evidently see, according to newmanteeth.com, these groups are ostracized and labeled as outcast groups and denied access to political empowerment. This clearly highlights and showcases that if we take the majority view into consideration and make it our primary driving for policy making, people will be ostracized and separated from our society. This is going to trickle down into marginalization and institutionalization, which is very prevalent in the United States, which is funny that I mentioned the United States, where the American Revolution took place. And this is where the popular saying, no taxation without representation comes from, which ties very directly and closely to our move that minority rule should be considered more alongside majority rule. No taxation without representation comes from the American colony of the British, of the British, stating that they would like for them to have a say within government. This was not the case, and it led to huge revolts. We need to consider and acknowledge the minority in order for our society to have a set structure that is able to thrive. Hybrid groups simply will not work because you will never have 100% unanimous opinion, and thus we propose that we simply focus on protecting these groups, this House vested case.
Thank you very much, third speaker opposition. We now invite the third speaker proposition to close out the debates this morning.
Morning, just to check, are you guys hearing me clearly?
Yes, we are.
All protocols observed. My name is Aisha Stone, and I am the third speaker of the proposition. Throughout this debate, this House has argued that policy decisions should be informed primarily by majority views of citizens. I will be summarizing the points made by my teammates and explaining why my team is the winner of this debate. My first speaker, Olivia, argued that policy decisions should prioritize majority views to strengthen the relationship between the governing and the governed, addressing public disengagement and voter apathy in Jamaica, advocating for a hybrid approach that includes majority rule alongside consensus, highlighting the need for informed citizens, government accountability, and public inclusion in decision-making. My second speaker, Paris, contended that policy decisions should be primarily guided by the majority views of citizens to ensure pragmatic and effective governance, citing improvements in other countries' economies through citizen involvement. She criticized Jamaica's government for neglecting the majority's needs, resulting in inefficient public fund usage and underprivileged communities, and proposed re-educating citizens, enhancing transparency, and rebuilding trust in governance for the prosperity of our nation. Now, to address points made by my opponents, the first speaker of the opposition mentioned with the speech of majority, the first speaker of the opposition mentioned that with the speech of majority, we stifle the voices of the minority and leave them susceptible to discrimination. They went as far as to disregard the Constitution. As my second speaker correctly said, there are pre-existing checks for that. If we give greater consideration to the views of experts, as my worthy opponents proposed, would we not stifle the voice of the people? Isn't that what is already happening in our nation and other nations internationally? The voices of experts, in other words, the government, is what is stifling the voice of everyone. It's stifling the voices of all citizens. Because what my opponents are presenting is the utopian view of lawmaking. But we have, as we define in law, there is the real view of lawmaking, the real purpose of lawmaking is to protect those in power, which is the government. That is the real purpose. That is why the government makes laws. So with including the view of the majority of the people, we keep, as my teammates said, we hold the government accountable. If we include our views, we are holding them accountable to work for us, to do their job and to work for the people instead of working for themselves, which they have been doing. The second speaker of my opposition said that the government can manipulate the majority. As we already clarified, though there are different things on the media which can influence the majority, and though there are charismatic, as my opponents described it, as though there are charismatic politicians, this is why we propose re-educating more citizens through programs like JAIL, through programs like the Ministry of Education, so that they will be aware of the policies that are within their country. They will be aware of what the government is promising, and they will know whether or not it is true. And they keep on bringing up, my opponents kept mentioning the Maroons and other groups that are being oppressed. They kept mentioning that those minority groups are being oppressed, which is why I will pose this question. Who are they being oppressed by? They are not being oppressed by the majority, because as of now, the majority has no say. As of now, it is the government who is making the decision. So these minority groups, which we agree with our opponents that we need to protect, these minority groups are currently being oppressed by our government, which is why if we the people had a say, we could do something to change that, which is why I would like to close this by saying that they have repeatedly contradicted themselves. The last thing that our opponents, the closing member of our opponent said, is that the majority view should be considered alongside the minority view, should be considered alongside the majority, which is why we propose the hybrid system, the system of consensus, which will give the majority the primary say. However, that say will be influenced and finalized by experts, by minorities, and therefore we will reinforce the checks that are already in place to protect our minorities while giving our people a say in governance. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, third speaker proposition. Well, we have come to the end of this match. Thank you very much to the team from Immaculate, and thank you very much to the team from Jamaica College. The judges will retire to a breakout room where we will have a conversation and come back with the results. So you can get to know each other better while we deliberate.
Pardon me, miss. Like last time, is it acceptable if we say, like, talk to Immaculate? Could we?
As in,
like outside of the debate, can we like say?
Say hi.
No, Immaculate, I just want to say your third speaker, she reminds me a lot of myself. I too am very charismatic, very passionate about what I believe in, and I believe in a separate context, I'm very, I appreciate the passion that you have towards this because I feel the same way about certain things. I really do. So it's nice to see that.
But I do have to ask you, do you hate JC in any way? I
What?
must ask that. Do you hate JC in any way? It's a genuine question.
No, I don't hate it.
She's just passionate, and that's real. We need this passion. This is the drive and the power that we need. Now I want to hear your opinions on constitutional reform, because if you're so passionate about, listen, no, because I have so much to say about that as well. I completely feel you.
Do you guys start with your motion outside of the debate?
Do we start with our motion?
Yeah.
Outside of the debate?
Not necessarily.
I don't know.
Not necessarily.
I think there is some give and take with both sides of the mood, to be honest. However, I think that as in the wider world, as Black people, we a lot of the times can fall into that minority that we are advocating for. So I definitely think there is some give and take on our side as well as your side.
Yeah, that's true. Like, honestly, a part of it, why I was like a bit understand is that the fact is that most of the Jamaican population, in other words, the majority, they refuse to be educated. They refuse.
That is true. That I completely agree.
That stands in the way of a lot of development that could have been happening in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they dismiss education, they dismiss it to the fullest. So, what we're talking about re-education in real practical sense, that would never work.
That's part of the reason. Wait, that's part of the reason why I was so fervent about my, like, how do you address polarization then? Because in this Jamaican society, the PNP and the JLP voters are incredibly dieharded. So the polarization is very polarizing. They are literally fervent in their beliefs. So there's no way I can, in this Jamaican population, wholeheartedly support that the majority should have that.
That's true. But like, I think that at the core of it all, Jamaican people want the same thing.
Yeah.
Like when it boils down to it, everybody just want to prosper. Like if you're in our community, make it.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. I agree.
So
I agree.
I think we also fail to mention as well.
Only when it's election time.
Yeah, you know them pitching party, right? You never care if you are JLPR.
Yeah. We all but what we fail to mention as well is that we all would want the same thing, but we all are not of the same social class.
That is
So
also
our
true.
needs vary as well.
That is also
Yeah,
true.
so
Definitely.
you can't really
The
categorize it in that.
polarization, because when you guys are bringing up the polarization of the politician and experts, in my speech, I did say that the people who
Can I be
We
honest?
didn't hear you
Yeah,
say
can
it.
I be honest?
We
Let me
didn't.
tell you, we didn't hear most of the first speaker's speech, and then for the second
Second, you
speaker,
were racing.
you were very fast, but it was also pretty quiet. So we high key like had to just pick from straws.
But
They just didn't hear.
that they have the highest salaries, and I said the figures as well. So
None of us caught that. We never heard that at all. No, she made the point about the highest salaries, and that's what I was talking about with my polarization. And I really wanted to talk about that because I think we heard the hook, but we never got any of that after that. And we never heard any of the first speech, so there's nothing we could pull from it to speak to.
Yeah, we didn't hear your speech at all.
Yeah, we never heard it. Nothing.
Nothing.
why you guys are making points that I already rebutted.
Yeah, that's
So
unfortunate.
when we were speaking, it was just off of assumption.
Yeah, we kind
What
of
we
just
think
hoping.
it's a-
Yeah.
We had internet connection straight throughout. Internet connection issues straight throughout.
Ask them why them never answer on the
You guys are
POI.
making. Oh, why did you
Answer.
Bro, we can't answer.
I couldn't answer any POI because at the back of my brain I'm like, yo, I can say
Yeah.
something that you already said and I didn't know what any of you
Exactly.
said. Except for the last speaker, the third speaker.
So wait, background speaker here. Why didn't you guys ask any POIs?
No, well, if we're
If
busy,
we can't hear you.
yeah, we can't hear
Yeah,
you.
but I mean,
We can ask you.
you were making up stuff on assumptions, so you should have just asked a POI
No,
to
okay.
figure out
Yeah,
what
but
you
if we
didn't
ask
hear.
them to
Assumptions.
outside of context,
Hold
then
on,
we
hold on,
just
wait. What assumptions are you talking about?
You
No,
said you
we're
made
talking about the fact that
assumptions, no?
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
we did make assumptions as it relates to
What, we-
when our thing were.
His speech
Are you
or
talking
the-
about the third speaker, my speech?
No, we're talking about.
The question
Oh.
zero. Yeah.
Oh.
Bro, the question and
Yeah,
answer
we-
was literally just generalizations.
And
hoping that you
based
guys-
on our general knowledge.
Because
Yeah,
we
but-
literally, like,
but
if
hold
we
on.
never heard the speech, there's nothing we
Hold
can ask you about your speech, to be
Yeah,
honest.
no,
So
but
that
if you
the
didn't-
question and answer was just, this is what we have to ask you, and I hope you can respond and it makes
I want to
sense.
say that is that if you make those assumptions, then why never assume something and ask a POI?
No, but if you didn't hear the speech properly, maybe you could have asked the POI to understand what we were trying to say in that
But
moment.
I think the POIs are truly useful and productive if there's context. Outside of context, it can feel like I'm asking you to repeat something that you already said, and then I
Right.
just look like I'm not listening.
Fair.
Can I ask you guys, what do you think about the structure of the debate? Because I think the cross questioning, the first time we had it, the cross questioning was horrible for us. But the second time, no, the way that we were kind of going back and forth with each other, I think that was excellent, and that is how I thrive in a debate context. I appreciate hearing the side of my opponent and then be able to on spot come up with my reputation and talk to you guys. So, but with this whole, like, I'm going to sit down and read my speech, and then you're going to sit down and read your speech, and then I have to come together and figure out a speech in the end. I don't know, man. It don't work for me. It's not.
Style is that when you guys are speaking and write down. So like
That's the same thing for me. It's the same thing for me.
I don't have a speech. I never write a rebuttal speech. I say everything like I just
Yep,
rush
just like me. I did the exact same thing.
when I'm debating, I research I research as in I knew you guys. So
Yeah.
that's
That's what we got from the beginning. Your introduction, clearly, you kind of almost you summarize what you said, and then you try to predict what we were doing. But the thing is, some people can throw curveballs at you. So I feel like that's the reason why we don't like going that route. But I definitely think it should be more, I'm gonna say that this is my point that I'm going to present. You're gonna refute it, and then I'm gonna say why I think your refutation is wrong. I think that back and forth between us works best. No, because you see, that's no I debate, bro.
I like to do my last work because I I know that if you guys were allowed to rebut after I rebut, you guys gonna find something wrong with my. I just like to close it down and don't let some nobody else come and rebut.
I do the same thing, to be honest. My only fault in this particular instance was obviously we had the connectivity issues. We never heard the first speech. Second speech was just totally beyond us. I couldn't do a lot of that. So I had to grasp at straws and say, okay, I'm gonna review this and hope for this.
For me, your final speech, I was like, is this like, because for me, I think like, I thought you guys would have a better rebuttal. I don't know, because.
How we can have a rebuttal if we don't hear though? That's the thing. That's what we're saying.
It was so bad.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
That's why. I get it though. No, I get it. I get it, to be honest. I get it.
It wasn't so bad. Like, no, guys, no, like.
From my level, like what I expected from you, I was like, okay, so that one is the last thing I expect something.
I understand you completely. I just if you guys were in our position, I feel like you would understand it more. Like we literally
No. Hold on. I think you are probably JC, you know. Genuinely speaking, I think you are probably JC. I think you are some business or some. No, I want to. I think you are probably JC.
So I don't want to.
And so what?
So what? What?
You mean and so what?
You would know. Okay.
I don't believe that. I don't
Don't
believe
kill me.
that. I don't believe that.
But like for this round, we had to pretend like we had a problem with you. Obviously, you're our opponent.
You're an enemy.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I appreciate if JC, I'm not speaking for JC when I say this. I appreciate the grace you guys offered us with our connectivity issues and stuff. You were very understanding, and we really needed it because it was a nightmare, as you saw. So thank you for being, considerate. I really appreciate it.
We understand, of course.
But it was great though. Third speaker, you killed that. You killed that.
You see how we just stand up?
No, she's.
By the way, what's your name again? The third speaker. Aisha. Oh, when they stand up, we say like they on a thing like this. Preaching.
It was very music conductress, and I'm like, okay, cool, okay. I want to if the interclubbing actually happens, we need to do this again. No, it has to happen again because you see, I am not going out. We're not going down because you see. Yeah, you see how you say my speech was horrible when I literally had to pull that out of Timbuktu to bring it to you and say, okay, this is why I think you're wrong, even though I never heard what you said. I'm not running for it. Repeat that. Say that again.
Who's James?
Who's James? They're asking who's James. I don't know who James is.
That's just an example of a
No, but like what's James's demographic?
That's a normal person who is disregarded because
It was just a euphemism for like an everyday person, basically.
Even you, second speaker, when you get our identity dropping. That's what I'm saying. Wasn't him on the first speaker?
She's asking who white identity dropping. What's the context for that? Okay.
You're back?
No, not yet.
I'm gonna have to go get you.
Okay.
Are you supposed to go on video before the results are out?
Bro, second speaker, can I ask? I also talk very fast sometimes, but like you were on flash. It was so fast. The clarity was gone completely. I feel like you had made some good points. I kind of grasped a little bit to say that okay, but it was so fast. I could not hear. None of us could hear. The whole time we were just there like, is this real right now or is this like a pre-recorded sped up video?
Not too much.
Like, it felt very organized. I'm not gonna lie. It felt very organized. So I would like to think that what you were saying had merit to it.
I was just curious myself, but the problem was I was scared that I was going to be overtime, and then the possibility you guys would ask me.
No, I picked that up. I definitely picked that up. Because when you paused, before you paused, you were speaking like your modulation was very good. But then after that pause, you're like, nah, I paused too long, so I'm gonna run through this. And I was like, damn. can I hear to write, please? Can we pause and chill out? But I think it was great. It felt very organized. I definitely feel like your points are there. So kudos to you.
Wait, guys, so we're doing a video and we want to do before the results video. So I need you guys to just say like, oh, this is us, this is JC before the results for the video.
Okay, wait, hold on. Our first speaker is gone to get the charger for this, the laptop that we're on.
All right.
Oh my, you guys have to take
Listen, no, guys. Okay, this laptop is not the laptop we started with, and this laptop is literally our faculty advisor's laptop that she was using to do work. So we literally was just like, okay, I don't have a choice. And then, yeah, the Wi-Fi situation was a disaster. We're not getting into that. That's a disaster. But we did our best. We did the best that we could with what we had. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to you too. Thank you. You don't have anything to say, Nikolai? You're just grim.
No, I'm not concerned.
Why not? Why not? Does it have anything to do with Immaculate?
No, it doesn't. No, not with this. Not with this. This is the way.
Share your grievances. Oh,
I'm upset at the fact that I didn't hear the second speaker's speech, and then I was wondering what was going on. The first one, we didn't get to pick it apart at
yeah,
all.
bro, the first one, we
Yeah.
literally never heard you at all because of the Wi-Fi. I was so, I kid you not, we would hear like 2 words and then the screen would freeze, and then 2 minutes after it freezes, we'd see reconnecting. And we literally looked at each other and just laughed because what is happening right now?
Why when I asked it again, it sounded so different because I tried to simplify it, so it wasn't so long, guys.
Yeah, we never heard it, man. We never heard it at all.
Are you ready for the video?
Huh?
Pardon?
Yeah.
Oh, they want to do a video.
What
This
video?
is JC before the results of our debate.
Ready?
I don't want to participate.
He doesn't want to participate.
I'm kidding. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
You
can do it. You can do it. You can do it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Wait, I can do it? You're fine with this? Yeah. Ready? 3, 2, and 1.
Go. You're lying.
You're lying.
You're lying. You're missing.
Are you unmuted? No,
I'm
you're
muted.
Okay, wait. Are you supposed to say it or do we say it?
You
You're
say
say
it
it
first,
Okay,
and then
okay,
we're.
so this is JC before our debate results.
Hold on, I'm gonna count it out. Ready? 3.
Okay, wait, what are we supposed to say?
This is JC before the results.
Okay, this is JC before the results. Okay.
Ready?
We said
that.
Alright. Okay, we can do it. Let's do it.
Rehearsal. 3, 2, 1.
This is JC before our results.
Okay, ready? Actual one, ready? 3, 2, and 1.
This is JC before our results. Guys, if we post this and we flop and I see a video, and I see a video after and you guys are rejoicing, I'm coming to Immaculate. Just be prepared.
I just we're not allowed to post videos in our school uniform as well.
Wait,
It's a cross. What's the experience or rules?
I'm allowed to post videos?
Huh?
I don't know.
They're banned.
Wait, hold on, what?
They asked
We're
if
not-
we're allowed to post videos at all.
No,
we're not allowed anymore. Not anymore.
not anymore.
The only way this video will come out is if it's posted on the Immaculate page.
But we're not doing that.
Okay. Guys, if you roast us on private stories, we will know.
No.
We will know. We will find out. There's moles amongst you. I know the moles. We find them.
Which
What do you guys think about the speeches though? The first and second speaker speeches.
No,
What do you guys think?
terrible.
Wait, no, I'm curious.
It was terrible.
No, how about works?
Are you speeches, sir?
Yeah, oh, they're
Oh,
actually
they're frozen.
Oh, they're gone.
We're being constructive.
We're kind of being like what's the word? Like when you're like fake. But we're not being fake. What's she gonna say?
Immediately. Are you guys back?
No, we're not
Okay.
back.
Their microphone.
Okay. So,
What were you saying? Go ahead.
okay, so you were asking what we think about
Yeah. Yeah, what do you think about our speeches? Mainly the first speaker.
Okay, so first of all, we want to compliment all of you guys. All of you guys' speeches were very, in my opinion, organized, and I can understand.
Aisha disagrees. I used to have my throat on a plate right now. Yeah.
So
This speech was horrible because it never made no sense. And I was like,
How we have to do it. The nice one has to speak, and then
okay.
Who are nice.
okay, I have to speak first. Let me give the compliment. She speaks.
okay, cool.
So yes, we appreciate that. It was very structured. Nothing in the, and you guys didn't quarrel the moves or squirrel the moves or misinterpret. I think that you guys did it very well. Most of the points were advanced. Some of the points I have to be like, where does that fit in? How does that make sense in the argument? But overall, I think it was absolutely good speeches.
Yes, they did.
Thank you.
Aisha just waiting,
No.
just waiting,
She have bad.
Yeah, I think as Olivia said, it was well organized. You guys understood the moods. The relevance was a little out there because at random times I just heard maroons and then Muslim and then a man. Okay. I think you guys did really good. Probably just as good as if your Wi-Fi wasn't problem. You guys did good for your situation. And you guys had lots of confidence. Like even if you were saying the sky was red, you say it with your chest. Like
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Aisha gonna come burn down JC now.
Okay, let's start with the first speaker.
Oh, you're gonna start with, oh gosh. Okay.
First speech. Okay, I was taking a lot of notes from your speech. Let me look at my own. You guys.
But she's starting with you.
Oh, you
So
started
she's going down the line.
You started with me. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
she's gonna light you on fire, then Nakala, then me.
That the main argument that you guys were proposing was that the minority was going to oppress the majority. The majority was going to oppress the minority. I think that was the basis of all of your speeches.
Yes, because it's very hard to debate that.
I think
That's true.
because you guys were giving examples. What I didn't like about your speech was that you guys kept on giving examples of the government suppressing minorities. Then you went around.
Wait, that's a
But the government represents the majority, does it not?
No. Guys, let me tell you something. First of all, you guys are like, oh, the government.
Oh, she's schooling us.
First of all, the government is elected by the minority. Let's put that out there. But they create laws to protect themselves. They make decisions to protect themselves. So
But then we also have it outlined that the Constitution.
Yeah, I want to hear this. I'm curious.
All right, see, let's proceed.
I was saying that the Constitution.
Wait, hold on. Somebody said point of information. Go ahead.
No, I was saying though that may be the case. It's not like we're advocating for what's it called, supremacy again? No, opposite of constitutional supremacy. Political supremacy. Yeah, we're not advocating for political supremacy. At the same time, you may target the fact that the government represents the citizens and all this, that, and they're creating laws to protect their rights. Which part of the matter that the Constitution is based on the protection of the rights of the citizens, which is a unionized agreement by everyone way back before we were born. So all the government does is they're responsible for the constant adaptation of these rights. They create laws which cannot conflict with the Constitution.
Hold on, they're back.
So
Hold on, they're back. I think they're gonna start.
Oh.
I mean, we'll keep in touch. We'll keep in touch.
It seems as though you guys are having a really good time.
Yes, miss, it was great.
Okay. I open another one of the people in live YouTube stream. Ramon, why did you do that to them?
I can't imagine Rashana that being said that the general viewing public shouldn't be able to appreciate.
It wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Wait, it's live?
Yes.
It's so
Wait,
funny. In our defense, we were talking about the debate, so we're good. We're good.
Yeah, but
Yeah, we're
someone
I hope
said
there's
something
nothing
along the lines of,
incriminating.
hey, JCSA. Somebody else said, and what if we do? What if I do something like that?
I just want to make sure nobody said anything that was incriminating. All right, so we're running behind schedule, guys. We're running behind schedule, and so Mr. Thomas Matthews reminded me that we need to be quick with the oral adjudication, and so we're just gonna get right into it. So the motion spoke to the inclusion of citizens in terms of policy making and policy decisions. And government says to us that, you know, they're bringing a hybrid approach to decision making where we're including the citizens in policy decisions, having their voices heard alongside with experts who will assist with the educating of these citizens so that they can make better informed decisions. Opposition says, well, we don't like that approach because there's so many factors that can skew the views and the minds of our very impressionable citizens, social media being paramount to that. And we know the influence that social media has. And so they were concerned that this approach will actually affect minority groups, and they cited some examples like the Maroons and so on, and their voices will not be taken into account. They might also be discriminated against, and so this approach would not be a good approach. And the judges thought that one of the major challenges coming out of this debate was the fact that we did not see how this inclusive system would actually work. What currently obtains in the status quo? How can we now then mechanize the hybrid approach? How are we going to get the citizens included in the conversation? Is it that we're going to have referendum? Is it that we're going to have polls? Is it that we're going to have surveys? How are we including the citizens into the conversation? And even in doing that, JC, we thought, dropped the ball because Immaculate says, you know, we know you're going to talk about the cost factor. We know you're going to talk about all sorts of things. So JC, my advice to you in this debate is focus on the arguments being presented by your opposition and make sure that you are tackling each of the points, because there were several points that came forward that we, the judges, thought were not addressed any at all. Because if it is that every single policy document that comes forth, that the government puts forward, so they put 10 out for the year, right? Just hypothetically speaking, how then are we going to get every single citizen involved in that process? And why is it then that we elected our government? Is it that we don't trust their expert opinion? And JC said that in their question and answer segment. Why did we elect them? We elected them because we believe that they have the knowledge, the expertise to actually make these policy decisions for the majority of our citizens. But when JC put the point forward that, you know, minority groups were going to be discriminated against, the government, the proposition says to us, no, but we still have the Constitution and we're not going to be disregarding that. And that will be there to protect every single citizen and their rights are going to be protected. In addition to that, if it is that we're including every single citizen, then minority groups are also included in that. And so with their inclusion, their voices are being heard. And so the argument of discriminating against them and their voices not being included in the process would have been addressed there, because even if their view does not ultimately come out on top, they are also included in the process. Because we weren't sure as to what currently obtains in the system, then in the status quo, then it was kind of, it left the judges to say, okay, why then do we need this approach? And why is this approach a better approach than that which obtains now? So even though we know, we wanted you to say to us that this is what currently exists, and these are the disadvantages of the current system, and therefore we are proposing this system, and we got a lot of benefits that will come out of the mixed method approach from side government. On side opposition, we have to be mindful, if it is that you are putting forward an alternative to a policy being proposed by government, we want to make sure that you also develop your policy. Your policy needs to flow from top to bottom. Every single speaker needs to be on one accord with that policy. And the policy needs to be very clear, again, mechanizing the policy. One of the things we want to also say to JC, you had some really good points. The challenge is we wanted you to flesh those points out, develop them, get us to see clearly why on your side of the house, your mechanism, your alternative is a superior alternative to that which is being proposed by the government. And I think I'm going to just leave it right there, given that the other teams are here and ready to go. But all in all, the match ended on 272 points for Side Immaculate and 260 points for Team JC. All the best. Congratulations, Team Immaculate. Very good match, Team JC. Commendations to your second speaker on JC's side. Or best debater came out of Team Immaculate, which was Aisha. That's the name. Am I pronouncing it correctly? The third speaker on Side Immaculate. And the reason for that is she clarified a lot of the misconceptions and the ambiguities that existed in the debate and made it very clear to us as judges what the stance for side government was. And the role of third speaker was fulfilled in that regard. So with that said, all the best. And I see that, you know, the teams would have had a wonderful conversation while we deliberated. Team JC, we hope to see you. There's still the option for a wild card. So who knows? Keep your fingers crossed. So Ravon will probably let you know how the leaderboard looks. With that said, thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day as well.
Take care.
Thank you.
Likewise,
Take care.
bye.
I would have to, you have to email the, well, yes, okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Roshana. Thank you very much, Immaculate Conception and, and Jamaica College. Wonderful, wonderful debate. So we're going to move right into our second match of the day. And that, of course, is between the two teams who have competed in the zonal competition that have made it this far. Those two teams, of course, being Holy Childhood High School and Mayday High School. Holy Childhood High School and Mayday High School. Do we have both teams on with us right now? Can you turn on your cameras and ensure that you're looking nice and spiffy?
Yes, Holy Childhood is here.
Hi, Team Holy Childhood. A pleasure to see you. A pleasure to see you. And we're looking for Team Mayday High School.
Mayday High School is here.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right.
No, sir. Thank you so much on the paper. In my answer, it's on.
All right. Just give me 1 second. Team, I want to thank you so much for your patience. We are running just a little bit behind, but I'm thanking you for being here and for being such awesome guests. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing fine.
That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. And the other team, how are you doing?
We're great, thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, so we'll get the show on the road. Just give me one more second. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for this competition. We have the two teams will be competing with each other to see who will be making it to the quarterfinals. We have the team Holy Childhood High School, and they'll be facing off against Mayday High School. Teams, they will be debating the motion. This house believes that the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in pursuit of greater levels of innovation. Yes, should the public sector change its culture of risk aversion? You know, should they be a little bit more risky in pursuit of greater levels of innovation? Quite an interesting motion we have here with us today. We have with us the two teams, Holy Childhood. Holy Childhood would have received a wildcard slot and are here back in this competition facing up against the team Mayday High School. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ravan Thomas Matthews. I am one of the chief adjudicators for this competition, along with Mr. Jermaine Barrett. And for this competition in particular, this match in particular, I will be serving as your chair judge. I have with me the ever wonderful Calicia Vassell. I'll ask her to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Ravon mentioned, I am Calicia Vassell. I'll be serving as your wing adjudicator for today. I'm looking forward to an engaging match, and good luck to both teams.
Thank you very much, Calicia. No, we are a little bit behind, and so we won't be going through too many delays today. Teams, I will remind you of your speaker time. The first speaker, you have 7 minutes. The second speaker, 6 minutes. The third speaker, you will have 5 minutes to present your speech. The first and last minute of each speech is considered protected time, during which absolutely no points of information will be allowed. Outside of protected times, teams are encouraged to ask points of information, and you can do so by unmuting and asking points of information. Time signals will be placed in the chat. Now, with no further delays, we invite the first speaker from Team Proposition, Holy Childhood High School, to open this debate.
In a world where stagnation is the enemy of progress, the public sector must shed its cloak of caution and dare to transform fear into fuel, igniting a revolution of innovation and serves the greater good. Ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators, opponents, and coaches, good morning. My name is Tanya Clark, the Prime Minister, and today we stand in support of the motion. This House believes that the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in the pursuit of greater levels of innovation. I will begin by outlining the key terms. According to Merriam-Webster, the public sector is the part of
a country's economy, which is controlled or owned by the government. Risk aversion is defined as the unwillingness to take risk or wanting to avoid risk as much as possible. Jane defines innovation as the process of bringing about new ideas, methods, products, services, or solutions that have a significant positive impact. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that the public sector has always been cautious due to accountability, transparency, and the safeguarding of public resources. However, the public sector should embrace change by being less risk averse in order to foster innovation in the country. One way to do this is to enforce the government of Jamaica's Enterprise Risk Management Policy of 2019, ERM, which is a policy that ensures consistent risk management across all public entities. Ladies and gentlemen, the ERM policy has been created, yet the public sector remains timid with its applications because of the aforementioned variables. Therefore, we propose the implementation of an independent committee to ensure that the public sector follows through with the application of said policy. To begin, I will expound on how enforcing the ERM policy will change the culture of risk aversion to improve efficiency within the public sector and to attract and retain our human resources, while my Deputy Prime Minister will cement our argument by speaking about how this framework will attract more investors in the country that will eventually foster development and growth, and expound on how taking strategical risk will foster creativity in our public sector. Firstly, the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in pursuit of a greater level of innovation, because it will lead to efficiency within the public sector. This can be achieved by stepping out of the safe zone of risk aversion and streamlining operations and incorporating technology to improve service delivery and resource management. All of this could lead to increased public satisfaction, which could then boost morale and trust in the government's ability to take and manage calculated risks to ensure growth and development. In addition, changing culture of risk aversion will lead to innovations such as higher productivity rates in the workforce. The 2022 Economic and Social Survey by the Planning Institute of Jamaica reported that Jamaica's labor productivity declined at an average rate of 0.8% per year from 2018 to 2022. The most significant drop occurred in 2020, attributed to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and related enforcement measures. Ladies and gentlemen, one could argue that by taking more strategic risks, there could be more improvement in not only the public sector, but other sectors as well. Thus, the need for the committee that will ensure that the ERM policy is carried out with full effect in the sector. The implementation of this committee will oversee the ERM policy to ensure that the public sector will be better able to apply signaling systems to give an early indication of impending risks and feeding advanced signals and risk evaluation into initial strategic planning to identify opportunities that will lead to growth and development. Secondly, the public sector's drastic change from a culture of risk aversion will seek to retain the country's valuable human resources and assets. With the rise of more development and growth, there will also be a need for more skilled persons to maintain this restructuring. Yes, our opponents could say that there is a need for this valuable talent right now, yet people are still leaving. But with the move towards taking more strategic risk, there will be more incentives and motives to stay, such as flexible work practices, professional development opportunities, collaboration, and community building. A willingness to take risks could foster an environment where employees feel empowered to propose and implement new ideas without the fear of failure. This creative freedom can lead to innovative practices and policies that can enhance job satisfaction and engagement, making employees more likely to stay or even return to the country. Jamaica's Vision 2030 goals would have aligned well with the strategic risk-taking culture in the public sector. However, because of our risk-averse culture, we are unable to achieve the goals set out in Vision 2030. Had we been less risk-averse, we could have been more able to, we could have been more adaptable to change, have better public services, economic growth, and good governance. Ladies and gents, with the committee overseeing the application of the ERM policy in the sector, the aforementioned rewards could have been closer than we think. Therefore, it is evident that we must drastically change the culture of risk aversion in our public sector for the betterment of our Jamaica. I rest for now.
And thank you very much to the very first speaker from the team, Holy Childhood. We now invite the first speaker from Team Mayday to open the debate for that side of the house.
Risk is like fire. If controlled, it will help you, but if uncontrolled, it will rise up and destroy you. Words of the American politician Theodore Roosevelt. Ladies and gentlemen, what the government fails to understand is that a fundamental responsibility in which the government within the public sector withholds is to provide security and essential service for their nation, not to take unnecessary risk. Therefore, if Jamaica is to be a successful country, if we are to achieve a prosperous economy and continue to thrive as a nation, reckless, foolish, and unnecessary risk should not and cannot be taken. It should be avoided. Consequently, it is without a question that the opposition team wishes to express its total and adamant disagreement to the very motion. This House believes that the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in pursuit of greater levels of innovation. Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, respective opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Risk is a major part of this motion. According to the online dictionary, risk is the possibility of something bad happening, a situation involving exposure to danger. Therefore, it is a chance taken knowing that there is a larger possibility of major consequences. But before I delve further into the arguments and highlight the pragmatisms of this argument, let us first examine the motion in which we are unwavering in disagreement. The motion states, I repeat, this House believes that the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in pursuit of greater levels of innovation. With the motion stated, a few key terms were identified by the proposition team, and we agree that public sector is the portion of the economy composed of levels of government and government-controlled enterprises. We want to highlight that risk aversion, well, speaking more practically, risk aversion is an important concept for investors. Investors prefer low-risk investments that offer a guarantee or free risk return. They prefer the low risk even if it means a lower return compared to potential higher and returns that carry a higher degree of risk. Mr. Speaker, with all this being said, the motion clearly states that the government stands with and believes that unnecessary risk should be taken drastically within the public sector, which can lead to the policy failures, loss of public trust, financial waste, and long-term consequences.
Point of information.
Why take the risk when you can continue to pursue a greater level of innovation by other means such as collaboration, incremental improvements, research and development, feedback mechanisms, and training and development? That being so, as the first speaker of the opposition team, I will embark on the necessities of risk aversion, ultimately rendering needs for risk-taking drastically. The second speaker will focus on the need of financial constraints and social impacts of risk-taking. And finally, the reply speaker will summarize and highlight the important points showcased in the debate. Now, while the proposition team asserts that innovation is hindered by caution, it is predominant that we acknowledge the fact that the public sector's main goal is to provide security, serve the public, safeguard resources, and maintain accountability, unlike the private sector, which can absorb failures through market dynamics. The point in which the opposition team wishes to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, is that the taking risk will enlarge the outcome of more problems created from the government within the public sector. However, risk aversion promotes stability within the public sector and it helps to prevent the loss of financial gain. A prime example of risk-taking, which had negative consequences, was the Jamaica airline crisis, which occurred in 2011. Mr. Speaker, because of unnecessary risks, such as overexpansion, inadequate funding, and poor management,
Air Jamaica faced financial difficulties leading to its collapse. Because of this, 18 billion was lost in debt. Ladies and gentlemen, with strategic planning, financial management, and diversification of revenue streams, this risk could have definitely been avoided. Another prime example of risk taken leading to negative consequences was the Financial Sector Adjustment Company, FINCASAC, crisis occurring in 1990s. It reads that the Financial Sector Adjustment was established to stabilize Jamaica's financial sector. Once again, because of this risk, which could certainly be avoided, these risks include overexposure to risky investments, poor management and governance, and lack of transparency. Mr. Speaker, because of this, there was a 40 billion bailout, the collapsing of several financial institutions, and economic instability. These are just a few examples of unnecessary and bad risky taking which restoration could clearly prevent. In conclusion, the opposition team stands today to say that it is better to be safe than sorry, to effectively minimize losses. We rest for now.
Thank you very much to the first speaker from Team Mayday High School. We now invite the second speaker from the Team Holy Childhood to extend the case for Team Proposition.
To combat the first speaker's argument, we have already stated that the risks we take are calculated, not hasty or whimsical. Additionally, it is due to this culture of risk aversion that Air Jamaica was disbanded. Sorry, my apologies. Without our fear of risk, we would have been able to better manage Air Jamaica. Good morning, esteemed judges, opponents, and coaches. My name is Simone Panti, and I am the Deputy Prime Minister. Today, I am here to elaborate on the rationale behind our proposal for the motion. This House believes the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in pursuit of greater levels of innovation. As the Prime Minister stated earlier, I will be focusing on the urgent need to foster creativity within our public sectors and to attract more investors, fostering economic development and growth in Jamaica. A culture that embraces calculated risk allows for experimentation and creative problem solving. The public sector organizations can develop innovative solutions to complex societal challenges, ultimately proving service delivery. Let's begin by addressing a critical need: creativity. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements and complex societal challenges, creativity is no longer a luxury. It is an absolute necessity. The public sector must embrace this shift by adapting and innovating ideas to tackle pressing issues such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure effectively. Why, you may ask? This is because fostering creativity is essential for organizations to adapt swiftly to unexpected challenges like health crises or economic shifts. Rejected. In the face of a pandemic, those that embrace innovative thinking transformed obstacles into opportunities. For instance, during COVID-19, the government enrolled telehealth services with remarkable agility. In Jamaica, the telemedicine service launched in 2018 soared in popularity, reaching over 8,000 patients between March and May 2020, according to the Jamaica Information Service, of course. Additionally, the committee will enforce the Enterprise Risk Management Policy, ERM, which will ensure the public sector takes more strategic risks, which could result in creativity that encourages collaboration and engagement among employees. For instance, staff will feel empowered to share ideas and propose solutions, which could foster a sense of ownership and investment in their work. This collaborative spirit can lead to diverse perspectives and approaches that enhance the quality of decision-making. For example, in Jamaica, the public sector workshops that bring together educators, healthcare workers, and community leaders can generate fresh ideas for local initiatives, leading to more tailored and effective solutions. As mentioned by the Prime Minister, this will lead to a more effective society. This will have positive impacts on our society as healthcare, such as healthcare innovations, educational reform, and development of more infrastructure. All in all, without drastically changing the culture of risk aversion in the public sector, we may not be able to embrace these creative solutions. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, changing the public sector's risk-averse culture will attract more investors, fostering economic development and growth in Jamaica. This is warranted because the culture of risk aversion in the public sector has historically slowed the adoption of innovative policies. How, you may ask? This is because the government is not able to take calculated risk because of numerous factors such as fear of failure or uncertainty, which discourages new ideas. The impact of attracting more investors through an innovation-friendly public sector could see significant economic development. For instance, the foreign investment in the tourism industry, renewable energy, or tech startup could lead to job creations, infrastructure upgrades, and the increase in foreign exchange earnings. Altogether, the drastic change from a culture of risk aversion could lead to positive change in the country by strictly enforcing the ERM's policy framework in all public sectors. Make no mistake, this government is not trying to micromanage the public sector, but a way for us to be united to achieve our shared goals. Ladies and gentlemen, judges, there can be no sweeter reward than one derived from taking calculated risks. The public is counting on us to make informed decisions, and make informed decisions we must. Thank you.
And thank you to the second speaker from Team Holy Childhood. We'll now swing the debate back over to Team Mayday and invite their second speaker to extend the case for side opposition.
Someone once said, and I quote, "In business, you have to be willing to take risk, but you also have to be smart about it." As the opposing team, I strongly disagree with this motion that the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in the pursuit of greater levels of innovation. As the first speaker, opposition speaker, stated, the idea of taking risk can lead to serious consequences that may harm public trust and service quality. We believe that a careful approach is essential for ensuring stability and accountability in the government actions. In this argument, I will present two main points that highlight our concerns. First, I will discuss the financial constraints in the public interest. Second, I will emphasize on social impact of the public service. Through these points, it will become clear why taking risk can lead to inevitable consequences in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, respected judges, debaters, and audience, a pleasant morning to you all. The proposition team stated that we, the opposition team, fear the risk. Mr. Speaker, this was not stated. We believe that not diving into unnecessary risk will prevent server loss financially. Investors will not invest in a sector whom will end losing all their money. Mr. Speaker, financial constraints necessitate a culture of risk aversion in the public sector. Downturns and rising demands for service. According to the World Bank, government faces challenges in maintaining balanced budgets while addressing critical needs such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries had to divert resources to intermediate health needs, straining existing budgeting. Ladies and gentlemen, given these financial limitations, a risk-averse approach is essential for ensuring that public funds are allocated wisely. High-risk initiatives can lead to significant financial losses, which may result in cuts to essential services or increased taxes. By focusing on low-risk, evidence-based intervention, the public sector can maximize its impact of spending. This careful management of resources not only prevents waste, but also builds public confidence in the government sector. When citizens see that their taxes dollars are being spent responsibly, it enhances trust in public institutions, which is crucial for social stability. Therefore, maintaining a culture risk aversion is crucial for effective negotiating financial constraints, ensuring that taxpayer money is used responsibly and safeguarding essential service for our community. Mr. Speaker, a culture of risk aversion in the public sector is vital for minimizing negative social impacts. Historical examples illustrate the consequence of high-risk decisions. For instance, urban renewal projects in the mid-20th century often result in displacement of low-income communities, leading to increased social inequality and loss of cultural heritage. A study by the Urban Institute found that poorly planned interventions can worsen existing challenges, particularly affecting marginalized groups. Mr. Speaker, marginalized groups. Marginalized groups. Dirty grand bed and a dirty grand dresser, dirty grand fridge and a dirty grand whatnot, call the contractor, we want everything. Mr. Speaker, this was a complaint from the Jamaican citizens about the Jamaica development of the dangers that affected them when they weren't aware of the negative impact that would affect them in the near future by the Jamaican Development Infrastructure Program, JDIP, which was launched in the early 20th century to improve the road infrastructure, serves as a significant example of the social impact of the public sector decisions. While the initiative aimed to enhance connectivity and stimulate economic growth, it resulted in community displacement, affecting vulnerable populations and disrupted local business due to the road clusters. Many residents felt their voices were ignored, leading to protests and demand for more transparency. The experience highlighted the importance of considering social implications in the public sector and needs for community engagement in decision-making. Ultimately, JDIP underscored the necessity for the cautious approach in the public sector to ensure that benefits all citizens and minimize negative impacts. This includes engaging the community with understanding their needs and concerns and ensure that decisions are made transparently and inclusively. A caution approach allows for identification of potential adverse to promote social justice. Thus, a risk-adverse culture is essential for safeguarding against negative social impacts, promoting even-handed outcomes, and enhancing overall well-being of community members. By prioritizing careful planning and community engagement, the public sector can create more inclusive and harmonious society. In closing, I firmly oppose the idea that the public sector should move away from the risk-averse culture in the pursuit of innovation. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, taking risks can lead to serious consequences that undermine public trust and service quality. I have highlighted critical points: the necessity of cautious approach due to financial constraints, and second, the significant social impacts of public decisions as seen in Jamaican Development Infrastructure Program, JIP. Therefore, it is vital to maintain a culture of risk aversion to protect essential service, promote equity, and foster public confidence in the government. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the second speaker from Team Mayday. The debate will now enter into a period of cross-questioning, wherein the opposition will ask questions of Team Proposition, and Team Proposition will answer. Team Mayday, you will ask Holy Childhood questions. Your questions can last no longer than 20 seconds. Holy Childhood, you will have 40 seconds to respond to those questions. Only one person from the team asking the question is allowed to ask. However, multiple people, multiple individuals from the team answering the question can chime in to give a robust and comprehensive answer. And I want you to bear in mind that when a question has been answered, there will be no avenue for a response to that answer. Teams asking the question can ask a follow-up question based on the response or move on to another question altogether. All right. Now, with that said, we'll invite the opposition team, Mayday High School, to ask their first question of the team, Holy Childhood High School.
So our first question is, we know that there will be losses no matter what happens. What measures will you put in place to mitigate potential losses or failure resulting from innovation?
As we stated before, there will be a committee in place, an independent committee that is in charge of transparency and holding us accountable, holding the public sectors accountable, and enforcing the ERM policy. So with this, we will ensure that the risks that we are taking, they will be to the benefit of the society, Jamaican society on a whole, and also that they will not be to the detriment of our economy.
How does changing the culture of risk aversion affect our creativity? As you stated earlier, that it limits our creativity. How does that limit our creativity?
Can you please repeat the question?
You stated earlier in your speech that risk aversion limits our creativity, and our question to you is, how does changing the culture of risk aversion affects our creativity?
Now, when we change the culture of risk aversion, let me repeat. When we change the culture of risk aversion, it allows persons to an avenue to come up with ideas and share their ideas freely and for the betterment of our country.
And this is with the reassurance that these ideas will come forth and will be implemented. So in this way, there's an avenue for us to propose our ideas, knowing that it will be taken into consideration. Even if it's not implemented, it's taken into consideration. But instead of a culture of risk aversion where we're scared to take risks, we're scared to implement ideas, we're scared to hear ideas, we don't allow people to freely express themselves. In that way, it will decrease our creativity. So with a culture without risk aversion, it will increase our creativity.
How will the public sector balance the need for innovation with its responsibility to serve the public interest and protect resource when it's putting everything into one risk?
Please repeat the question.
How will the public sector balance the need for innovation with its responsibility to serve the public interest and protect resource when it's putting everything into one risk?
Please be reminded that when the public sector is focusing on the pursuit of greater levels of innovation, it is to help the public. So by being creative and implementing policies to allow us to better our country, yes, it would benefit the public.
In addition to this, we must reiterate the committee is there to ensure that transparency, accountability, and the enforcing of the ERM policy is carried out. So these things will definitely be dealt with by this independent committee with trusted individuals.
Sorry, our next question is, what safeguards will be implemented to prevent reckless or irresponsible decision-making throughout the public sectors? Who do we know that are going to make these risks, that we try to avoid these, especially in our healthcare sector?
To reiterate, we are not making decisions on a whim, okay? And these are calculated, planned out, properly planned out, well evaluated risks that we are taking, right? As aforementioned, the committee is there to be transparent, hold us accountable, and to enforce the ERM policy that is in charge of risk management. Therefore, we will ensure that all these things are taken care of, because the reason why we're moving from a culture of risk aversion is to ensure that we make change for the better of Jamaica. Right now, we are stagnant, so we need to move on.
All right, and thank you for those questions. Mayday High School will now switch the roles and ask Holy Childhood High School to pose questions to Team Mayday High School.
How do you justify maintaining a risk-averse culture in the public sector when evidence suggests that innovation leads to improved services and outcomes for citizens?
All right, so we are saying that the motion is saying that we are not just taking normal risks, we're taking drastic risks. Those are out of the box risks. We're betting it all basically on one thing. So innovation is going to happen where you guys are saying that innovation will happen when we take normal risks, but you're taking major risks.
What is your long-term vision for the public sector if it continues to prioritize risk aversion over innovation? And how does that serve the interests of the community?
All right, so as we're saying that not taking risk will not just lead, it will also lead to innovation. And it's good innovation, because as we take slight risk, you are saying you're taking drastic risk, we will continue to carry out slowly our points.
And also, I said earlier in my speech that you can receive a greater amount of innovation by other means, such as improvements, research and development, feedback mechanisms, and training and development, not only by risk taking.
How do you plan to address the potential negative implications of a risk-averse public sector on the country's global competitiveness, especially when compared to more innovative nations?
Can you repeat the question, please?
How do you plan to address the potential negative implications of a risk-averse public sector on the country's global competitiveness, especially when compared to more innovative nations?
So we are basically saying that avoiding risk aversion, you'll get more negative effects. So we will not avoid risk aversion, therefore leading to less negative effects, therefore not having a lot of issues with dealing with that.
In a risk-averse environment, how can the public sector ensure accountability and transparency while still encouraging innovation?
Can you repeat? We weren't hearing.
We can't hear, sorry. Repeat the
Can you
In
slow
a
down?
risk-averse environment, how can the public sector ensure accountability and transparency while still encouraging innovation?
Engaging with the public sector has to be answered.
We must understand the interest, the purpose of the public sector first to know that. To serve the public sector, we need to safeguard these resources and maintain accountability. And like unlike the private sector, we can change our we can go through our failures through market dynamics, and the public sector has different responsibilities of using taxpayer money so usefully. So we have to have maintain a stability
And having even-handed decisions.
How might a continued focus on risk aversion impact employee morale and motivation, particularly among those who thrive in innovative environments?
John, what was the question?
no more.
What was the question?
The question was, how might a continued focus on risk aversion impact employee morale and motivation, particularly among those who thrive in innovative environments?
As we stated, creativity is we are not avoiding creativity when we're avoiding risk. We can have creativity and move and not have drastic changes aversion.
So as I stated earlier, we can get innovations from different aspects other than reckless and unnecessary risk taking. Therefore, our employees will not be
conform to one practice. They can still have different changes going on in their environment, but we are not taking a drastic, we're not moving too fast, we're not putting all in one area.
All right, and that concludes that segment of cross-questioning. At this point in time, we're going to pause the debate for 1 minute to allow the finishing touches to be placed on those reply speeches, after which we will invite the opposition reply speaker, followed by the proposition reply speaker. And that 1 minute starts now.
The 1 minute has elapsed, Ravon.
All right, thank you, Galicia. We now invite the opposition, replies Speaker, to conclude the debate for Team Mayday High School.
Taking risks is like playing with fire. You might get burned. So sometimes the most productive thing you can do is rest and let your mind clear. The proposition's first speaker stated that they wanted to change the way in which the public sector takes risk aversion, but saying this, they will also preserve our culture. Mr. Speaker, how do we change the way we do something or function and keep the original format? It is impossible as certain points or areas will be lost during the reformation of the culture. Mr. Speaker, it was stated by the government team that we are taking drastic risks in risk aversion, in which we will attract investors, but investors avoid placing money in uncertain ideas due to their risk aversion, as they prefer a stable and more predictable returns. The proposition team keeps stating that we, the opposition team, fear risk. Mr. Speaker, we never stated that. We believe that not giving in unnecessary risk will prevent in severe losses financially. We are not saying that we are not taking risk. However, we will take less massive risk and uncertain risk. Mr. Speaker, squandering public funds is just not an option in which we as a third world country, Jamaica, can do. Taking high risk is a dangerous, uncertain, and unpredictable times is just a form of stupidity. As our second speaker stated, financial constraints help to protect the public funds to ensure effective use of resources, making sure taxpayers' money are being managed properly and not going to waste. We're simply saying we cannot spend money we do not have. We cannot just think about one sector or one part of the public sector. Okay, government team, let us say we do make a risk and put $200 million to a project, sacrificing other public sector areas for a big break. There are so many possibilities that can take place. A general outcome of this investment is that 50% of the project fails completely, meaning the investment is lost. 20% of the project partially succeeds, but doesn't meet expectations. And only 30% reflects the success outcomes. Simple saying, why risk so much for so little? And yes, this did happen in 2011 in our same Jamaica, the Outer-Many experience, which was aimed to promote Jamaican culture. There are so many poor marketing research and over-reliance in the government funding, which lead to a damage of Jamaica tourism reputation. This area is now officially closed in Coral Springs. There are many lessons we can learn from failures. For example, how to market research and analyze. But Mr. Speaker, let us start learning from previous mistakes and other countries' mistakes, as our government team is so narrow-minded that they cannot learn from other mistakes. They need to repeat the same mistakes. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we can plan till we drop, but we will have obstacles along the way in which we cannot fix. Mr. Speaker, it's quite obvious that our government team will leave a negative impact on our citizens of Jamaica, as they're giving an impression that they have an addiction, a serious addiction of gambling. There are so many negative visual characteristics that is being displayed. A common gambler will have a wife and a kids and many other responsibilities, but he or she will gamble their last cent in hopes to win big. Side government would prefer to gamble with our public sector funds for unsurety. The opposition team has made it clear why risk aversion is essential in the public sector. It protects valuable public resources from being wasted or uncertain ventures. It ensures our health to keep important services like healthcare and infrastructure steady and dependable. And lastly, risk aversion promotes the accountability and maintain the public's trust by preventing reckless spending. Although innovation is valuable, it must be approached carefully. The public sector cannot take chances with taxpayers' fund, vital service, or public trust, or they will run into bankruptcy. Jamaica funds are already
are already at an all-time low. Mr. Speaker, are you still wondering why our government team would drown us in debt? Mr. Speaker, remember, public sector primary role is to provide essential service, not to take risks. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the reply speaker from Team Mayday. We will now swing the debate over to the final speaker from Team Holy Childhood High School to conclude this debate.
Doing the same thing continuously and expecting a new result is insanity. We are already in a financial bind. Why not try something new to achieve new and favorable results? You mentioned unplanned risks. We speak of calculated risks. Remember, the public sector is made up of various entities. Therefore, we will not be putting all our eggs in one basket. The risk taken will be unique to each sector. Today, the opposition, in their pursuit to defy change and stifle progress, stated the following points. Risks taken on a whim will be to our detriment. Risks taken have not been profitable, financial concerns, and balanced budget. While the proposition, fighting for a better Jamaica and change that inspires, stated the following points. Less risk aversion will improve efficiency within all sectors, which will lead to public satisfaction and therefore productivity. It will retain our human resources, lessening brain drain, therefore improving the economy. It will attract more investors, fostering development and growth. And there is a need to foster creativity. And this will be fed by being less risk averse. Coaches, adjudicators, opponents, and onlookers, a pleasant morning. My name is Abigail Chambers, and it is with enthusiasm that I debunk opposition's claims and wholeheartedly agree with my fellow proposers. Make no mistakes, ladies and gents, we are not saying to partake in uncertain ventures. However, there is a need in the House now to overcome fears that have hindered progress, such as accountability, public disapproval, and the misuse of resources. Maintaining the status quo, the culture of risk aversion has contributed to an unsatisfactory economy marked by inflation. The people of Jamaica has entrusted us as leaders to implement change, advocating for calculated risks that can lead to improvements in sectors like healthcare and education. We are accountable for Jamaica's future. These innovations cannot come about if we make no moves for the better. The government is willing to make these changes for a better future, a better people, and a better Jamaica. Hence, the enforcing of the ERM policy by use of the transparency and accountability of the independent committee. To reiterate, taking these risks is projected, as aforementioned, to increase efficiency, public satisfaction, productivity, and retention of talent while attracting investors. As for the matter of the possibility of the misallocation of citizens' funds, the proposition would like to stress the notion that well-evaluated risks can differentiate between beneficial and detrimental ventures. This, along with the committee, will ensure successful government projects, most, if not at all times. Therefore, resources will not be misused or wasted because we will be held accountable. Our transparent and all possible outcomes have been taken into account. Jamaica has a necessity for innovation and change. This is highlighted as vital for the country's development. The world is moving, taking risks and doing well. We have no reason to be stagnant. This is a motion that should not be hindered if it is that we desire to make Jamaica a force to contend with and a place whose citizens relish in its steady economy and innovative growth and prosperity. Furthermore, your arguments are fallacious. The status quo proves that Jamaica's economy is slow and unprogressive. It is evident that there is a need for change. We have no reason to settle for the culture of risk aversion that has landed us into our current position. Unless, of course, it is that we are okay with Jamaica's steady downfall. We don't know about you, our opponents, fellow citizens, but we are certainly not content. We can't wait until things are better before we change. We are certain that if we aren't making the change, nothing will get better. Besides, look where our risk-averse culture has landed us. The world will change with or without us. It is up to us leaders to take strategic risks so that we aren't left behind. Nothing tried, nothing done. Therefore, we beg unto you, opposition, keep us accountable. Join us on our journey to make Jamaica the best Jamaica it can be by diverting from our practice of risk aversion to increase innovation and make a better Jamaica. I thank you.
Amen.
And the amen concludes the debate. Thank you very much to both teams for a rousing debate competition. The judges will now excuse themselves to a deliberating room. We're going to have some discussions and return to you shortly. But in the meantime, ladies, feel free to unmute your mic and discuss the motion amongst yourselves. Keep each other's company.
Hi, Holy Childhood. Hi. You guys did great.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you, you did well.
You as well.
Right? Your questionnaire had us in something. Yeah, you had us, yeah. Oh, is it Culture Day at your school?
It's Heritage Day, so yeah.
Yeah.
How's my phone? Thank you. Yeah, this. Just a question. Do you sincerely believe? I know that when you get proposition opposition, you just have to stand with your stance. However, outside of the debate, do you actually believe that Jamaica should stay risk averse?
At first, before I did any research into it, I was like, you know what, why did we get this point? I really wanted y'all's point because it's easier to really put together. But when I really went into it, I'm not saying that you shouldn't take risk at all, but some risks that I've seen Jamaica take and they could have been avoided. It's so dumb. They wasted $20 million for a closed business. So,
That's it. Oh,
you really? Yeah.
that is true. And on your point of Air Jamaica really collapsed because of the 9/11 event and people weren't taking flights anymore. That's where the debt really came from. I don't know if I can find that thing on my phone. Yeah, that's where the debt really came from. And we wanted to run out of that immediately. So we decided to sell Air Jamaica to Caribbean Airlines under the agreement that they would keep the name Air Jamaica.
Yeah.
Caribbean Airlines was not able to set Air Jamaica back afloat. And so it led to the demise of Air Jamaica on a whole, right? However, it is my belief that Air Jamaica could have lasted the test of time if we had been more calculated, more evaluated, more precise in our actions towards Air Jamaica. Because yes, things happen. We can't stop it. Yes, things happen. However, Air Jamaica, when it did just come out, it was booming because we had national foods being served on the airline, and people liked that, right? Especially our cultural people, they liked that. So it was booming at first, and then the tragic incident, and that happened. However, I do believe that if we had just stuck to the plan, tried to do a little until it came back up, we could have still had Air Jamaica today, and we would have been having that money from tourism.
Yeah, it's good. It's like the points that they give us. There's always 2 points, and some points are good. Sometimes we should take drastic risks, but sometimes we should just easy and pull it down and just relax a little.
You see, when you guys were talking about, you guys said you're gonna take drastic risks. I was like, huh? Who said that?
But that is the motion. So we have to go with the motion and bend it to how we want it, so that we get to.
I looked back at Tanya and I was like, we didn't say calculated, right? And she was like, yeah, man. I was like, oh, just want to make sure I said we did say it. was like, I hope we never use that drastic, because that would be crazy. That would be so crazy.
Oh my poor cereal.
No, I didn't take a picture. Oh, you want me to take a picture?
No.
But the point that I got in the last part was so my dread is to tell other.
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
we're hearing you. You guys have
that's
mic.
right now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really cool. No, that's actually really cool.
And it's meaningful. I like how it looks.
I don't know if that's because the speaker is here, but
Yeah, the speaker is gonna be done.
I like the mics.
Yeah,
They're
and they're like they don't have
they're
any-
small.
Yeah.
They're small and mini.
wow. So innovative.
I'm hungry. Oh, sorry. Oh my god. Oh no! Wait. I have a question. I have a question for you guys. I've always it's really not really about the debate, it's about your school. It's about your school. I've always heard about Holy Childhood and I've always seen you guys in Kingston. But that's pretty much all I've ever heard about it until today. Today, that probably will be the same on you guys.
Really, that's all you've heard about the Holy Childhood? Exactly. You're not with the times. If you were with the times, you'd hear a lot about child. She said she only knew that we were in Kingston.
That's
She
crazy.
didn't really hear a lot about our school.
What is the thing that you were doing for Mayday though?
That is atrocious.
You live in a classroom.
That is atrocious. We didn't. All right, I'm gonna be honest. Since Miss decided to out my secrets anyway, I didn't know what Mayday was.
I knew about Mayday. It's in Manchester.
Saving grace, cause never know what is a Mayday.
I didn't know either.
But now I know you guys. Oh, good job. Were you guys weren't at the JADE competition?
No,
then?
I'm gonna tell you. Okay, it's a whole lot of things. So they were probably in zone C or book.
Oh yeah, they were.
Zone C.
Okay, that's why. Yeah. But other than that, tell them the other things, not true.
Yeah, what do you guys do?
What do you want to know about childhood? Yeah.
Or like your best like sports or anything like that?
We are excellent in basketball.
Yes.
And netball. Excellent. The ladies, they do a fantastic job every time they go on a match. Incredible. Could never do that. Not athletic. But they do great. In terms of
sports, we're getting into track and field a little.
Right. We're trying to do more track and field. In terms of academic for clubs. Quiz team is very, very active.
Yes.
Quiz team active. Debate team, we're just coming up now.
Oh yeah.
Which other one? That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, chess.
Oh, and robotics.
Robotics. We go to tournaments for robotics.
Yeah, we came 7th in the competition last year.
They came 7 in the competition.
Really?
Yeah, they came 7.
Can we ask you guys about your last match? I heard it was about against Champion, right?
Yes.
How was it?
It was actually, we thought we were excellent.
Right?
We thought we did great.
And everything, but
you're saying Champion is 5 points over us, which it was kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of disappointing at first, but then when we got the clarification as to why, we just use it as a learning example, learn experience, and no, we just implement those things into this. So
it's really our first time really doing this debate thing.
It was our first debate in a long time. I remember we went to one at Calabar, and the executive, they disbanded because you go to other schools after you graduate, and so when as it relates to tournaments, debate wasn't really doing anything, but now we're back in full force. So yeah, it's a learning experience.
Yeah. Well, this is actually our official second ever debate.
Yes, together.
Yeah.
Or
years left to.
This is our third.
That's good. Yeah. Our seniors left us, so we had to step up. Take over. We had to take over, so we're all new. Yeah, so we're the seniors now, and now we have to train the little younger ones to take over.
Yeah. Never hearing. Don't know. Sorry.
There's a gentleman around
Your
the back.
first speaker, one in the middle, right? Yeah, good job. Second speaker, I was like, why she sound like me? And then third speaker,
You were eating a cut though, saying that we are making drastic changes and
Right?
like
Clever guess. I had to secure us. I had to secure us.
and I was like, some of the things that you were saying, I was like, them said this already, like, oh, we never hear that. Why am I just not hear it? No, like, we don't know. Like, every time you were saying, I was just like so upset that I couldn't put it in my speech. All I could say was that your argument is fallacious. I couldn't expound because it wouldn't go over the 5 minutes. Why? Give me an heart attack right there.
But yours was really good as well. I was so shocked. I'm like, she really coming after me.
Exactly.
And
And then the last part she was saying about the last part she was saying about how we're keeping them accountable.
Oh, yes.
Accountability. I was like, we are keeping you accountable.
Yeah, but the way that you're keeping us accountable is not the way that we want you to keep us accountable. You're keeping us accountable because you have to oppose. Don't oppose. Think about it on both sides and say, you know what? You're right. That should have been you're right. You should have just said that.
We don't want to contradict ourselves. Yeah. No knifing, nothing.
Right, definitely.
This was very
fun.
Yeah.
Like, I like this.
This was a very interesting debate, to be honest. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this. I wonder how the
Oh, where's your debating coach? Or is it hiding?
That's out. She said she's coming back.
You know, or is it hiding?
Yeah, it's hiding.
Okay.
Listen, hi. Say hi, have manners. Say hi.
Hi. Hi, hand of the coach. Hi.
I don't believe there was a debater. I just can't believe there was a debater.
There was a?
No, we can't believe there was a debater. He looks more nervous than us.
Oh, yes, our coach too. She was like,
she's over here biting her fingers.
Yeah, she was over there like, OMG. Like, and like over there biting her fingers. Every time she go back and fix back the speech, she was just on her feet the entire time. And while we're saying the speech, Sarah, you know? Like, she counting our words. She was an integral part of it, and definitely an integral part in the making of our speeches. Big up she.
Yeah, she helped us.
To kidnap your coach because our coach. No, we can have two. With
what our coach does, he lets us do it independently. He forces us to write the speech.
And then come and tell us that this don't sound right, you know, guys.
But
it's fun. We get a little independence about it, yeah? It's fun.
Well, for the price of how much billion? $900 billion, we will be elated to lend one of our coaches to you. 900 billion.
That's not a lot of money. It's quite cheap. Quite cheap.
You save up. Yeah.
Well, you see, because our coach is a 1 in a million.
No, but you also have our 1 in 10 billion. Along with your 1 in a million coach. Is this fair?
No, it's not fair.
Guys, you can keep your coach and we keep ours because we're
we're taking back our Sunday.
Okay, that's fine. But whenever you want to do business, we're here.
We're not taking that drastic
We're
risk.
not taking that drastic risk, guys.
Oh, sir. The computer is
It's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we take two. No, take two.
Oh yes, we noticed that we didn't ask anything about your school. Very rude of us. Very rude of us. What about your school? How's your debate society group?
What other activities do you do? Extracurricular activities?
Mayday High School. As I said, the Mayday High School.
Sorry,
Located. Located in Manchester. You want to say anything about
Our school has a thing for taking up. I'm going to tell them the truth for taking up a lot of bad work children. But we have a lot of good students and a lot of athletes here. We do rugby. We have a good netball team. Cricket, yeah, we are very good at cricket.
Very good.
Yeah,
Netball,
and we have a girl here that is going to
Yeah.
under 16 and
in Trinidad cricket.
Yeah.
So we're very good in cricket. At sports departments, we're excellent.
Yeah. So we're just mixed. Maybe it's a mixed culture. We balance each other out. Balance
Yeah.
out the good and the bad.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have choir though. Then
We have a lot of
three.
stuff going on so
Yeah,
far. That's
these
developing.
three are in something in choir. And we have environmental.
We have choir too. How often does your choir club meet?
They don't meet, but they're so good. No, we don't meet. But you don't meet, but you every function you're seeing us singing, bro. Every function.
Exactly.
Totally. Here is Miss Reed.
Come and say hi.
Come and say hi. Show your face.
Wait, I can't fit.
Say
I want in a million coach.
Hi, ladies.
We heard that you're a 1 in a million coach.
Yes, 1 in a million.
Miss
1 in a trillion.
Yeah.
We're training them very good. They put up a fight, guys.
Yeah. They always put up a fight, you know.
Always.
Always.
Never back down, never give up.
Never back down, never what?
Never give up.
Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Our choir club, they meet Thursdays, Tuesdays, Thursdays,
And anytime we have a
and Fridays,
function.
and basically anytime, because every time we have something at school, we have a mass every first Friday because we're a Catholic institution.
Yeah.
So they are integral part of that. So they are always on their Zoom. Every time you pass, you hear them singing. I don't know how they do it.
And we also have a school band as well.
Yes, and we have a school band. They also practice frequently with the choir because they join for a lot of the events. Even today, British Day, we had the program and they collaborated to make that a success. Yeah.
Does your school have an Instagram page?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll check out the Instagram page.
They basically post like crickets and like netball. But you have to find the right one because you have.
I think there's multiple. There are multiple different types of.
pages. No, they're
they're fake pages of your school or
No,
old
have
ones?
different branches of Instagram page for.
Yeah, but like sometimes.
We do that too. Different clubs have different Instagram pages, different yeah, we get that. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the Mayday cricket team football and then the straight Mayday. Yeah, we have it. We have it. I didn't even know we have that Instagram.
No, that's fine. My phone's over there charging.
Yeah.
Can you send this? Ladies, you saw I was sending you a message in the thing.
I don't have my phone
In
with
the
me.
WhatsApp. Say Miss, no, Abigail, please do not leave your Miss.
I will not.
No.
Not right now.
I don't like when they take long, guys. Okay. You look weird.
Guys, our mic is still on. I'm sorry to tell you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. All right, so we're running a little bit behind schedule. We're slowly gaining back time, but still behind schedule. So we're going to keep this brief. Right. So the debate that was, the motion that we debated, this House believes that the public sector should drastically change its culture of risk aversion in pursuit of greater levels of innovation. All right, so the first thing I want to say is that the motion is that risk necessarily means that it's risky, you know? That means that fundamentally there is a chance that it will not come through, it will not be successful, else it wouldn't be risky. And so I think the team Holy Childhood needed to take a hard line more on what it means to be risky. Yes, risky means to be risky. And so you can't necessarily have your cake and eat it too by saying that we're getting rid of this culture of risk aversion, but we're going to be taking calculated risk that won't lead to particularly negative outcomes. Because if the risk is calculated in a way that won't lead to bad outcomes and it's always going to be fine, then it's not particularly risky in the first place. It's just a good business sense. And I think as well that I think as well that another part of it is that this independent committee that exists as Holy Childhood prescribes it, that will keep the government in check such that they don't do anything that is too risky or anything that will lead to negative outcomes, kind of puts us back to square one. Because if we're going to be engaging in an activity as a government that is risky, high reward, but it might not be the most sound decision, but the benefits are awesome, and we're going to be taking that risk. If this independent committee is going to stop and say no, and to the extent that this independent committee was used as the answer to a cross question, when Mayday asked the question, how are you going to ensure that we don't end up spending all of taxpayers' money and causing all sorts of bad things, and how are you going to ensure that, how are you going to mitigate against the fallout of the risk? Well, if the answer to that question is the independent committee, then the judges are forced to believe that this independent committee, the only way that they can ensure that no risk leads to bad outcomes is that they're particularly conservative. And so if government is risky, but this independent committee is conservative, we're kind of back at square one. Fundamentally, nothing has changed, right? And so what we wanted necessarily is that hard line. Yes, it's going to be more risky. We're drastically, the key word in the motion, as identified by Mayday, drastically change our culture of risk aversion. Yes. Why this is good, why this is fundamentally good. Yes, it's going to be more risky, but it is going to be worth it. That is the position, that is the burden that the team Holy Childhood would have had to prove. Necessarily, though, I have the same criticism, of team Mayday. Of course, to a slight, a lesser degree, team Mayday, not being risky means that we're going to have less innovation. That's just something that you have to accept. Yeah, we get this idea that we have different ways of getting innovation, like workshops and researches and all of that, but it's a concession that you will fundamentally have to make as a result of where your stance is on the motion. We're going to be less innovative, right? But I think the failure for Mayday to accept that burden isn't as bad as the failure of Holy Childhood to accept their burden of showing that I'm going to be risky, and this is fundamentally a good thing. Excuse me. So let's get down into the debate now that we understand the motion a little bit more. So we hear some ideas coming out from Team Holy Childhood that from, getting rid of this risk aversion, that we're going to get higher productivity and greater creativity and problem solving. These ideas are kind of mitigated against, particularly the creativity and problem solving one, kind of mitigated against by Mayday when they're saying we're going to have workshops and research centers and all these things to get these people to come and share their ideas, and it's going to be fine. But Holy Childhood says, well, no, quite frankly, in as much as my ideas are not going to be implemented because they are risky, I am necessarily going to be less inclined to share my ideas with you. I'm going to be less likely to be creative, carte blanche, because there's a culture of risk aversion. And that's going to make my idea not be implemented. And it's going to demoralize me from trying to give my idea. And I buy that Holy Child. And I think that was a good contention to this idea of creativity. And I think that argument stands, even though it's undermined somewhat by the contention from Mayday, that we get more creativity and more problem-solving ideas from our culture that is, not risk-averse. So we credit that to Holy Childhood. Then we get to this idea of brain drain. Holy Childhood says, quite frankly, people are leaving because the economy is in shambles, people's ideas aren't being met, they're bright, brilliant, and really smart people, and the ideas aren't being implemented, they're frustrated, they're leaving the country. Made a response to this, even though not directly, and it's very important that we flag arguments. So he said this argument responds to this contention. You don't want the judges to be doing this kind of work for you. But fine, the judges see that brain drain is kind of undermined by this idea that you get from Mayday that, quite frankly, a culture of no risk aversion, just being risk happy, necessarily can lead to risky outcomes, which might damage and crash the economy. And if you damage and crash the economy, then I guess you can kind of appreciate that will cause even worse brain drain. So on that matter, the judges couldn't split it neither here nor there. Now, we get this idea, again from Holy Childhood, that you get better investments in job creation when you're risky, right? That's a claim. We wanted more of a warrant. We wanted us to hold the hands of the judges and kind of make that lead for us and explain to us, why do we get better investment if we're risky? We hear that we can get investment in the tourism sector, the technology sector, and all of that. And, we can kind of see the leap. It's not like we're jumping across an abyss that we can't see the other side. It's just the judges would have liked if you would have held our hands and jumped with us. Kind of show us how we move from risky, being more risky, and getting more investments. But they contended with that idea nonetheless, and they said, well, quite frankly, investors want stability. Investors don't want to invest in something that's not guaranteed returns. They don't want to invest in something that's risky, and we credit Mayday to that. We move on to the substances from Mayday, which again, to the discredit of Holy Childhood, were not sufficiently contended with in the way Mayday contended with the arguments from Holy Childhood. Mayday says that this undermines public trust when we're no longer risk averse. Again, Mayday, same criticism. We kind of see where it is that a culture of not being risk averse can undermine the public trust, but we're not quite there yet. And I'm going to say this carte blanche, I did not like any of the examples given by any of the two teams. Why? Because it seems like, quite frankly, whenever something goes right for one team, it's because we were risky or not risky. And when something goes wrong for another team, it's a counterfactual. So Holy Childhood, if something went right, it's because we were risky and we innovated. And if something goes wrong, it's because we didn't innovate. And for Mayday, if something went wrong, it's because it was risky. And if something went right, it's because it weren't risky. I don't know. You need to prove to me how these examples, I don't see how the outer many one experience was particularly risky as extended by Team Mayday. And I don't see how Air Jamaica failing as contended by Team Holy Childhood was because of risk aversion. I don't know, So carte blanche, I kind of had to just, I could only credit examples so much. It really did seem like we were playing politics here, where once something goes bad, it's your fault. And not the biggest fan of that in competitive debate, right? And so because we couldn't credit the example so much, this idea of that it undermines public trust, which is only warranted through an example, I couldn't credit it that much. Nevertheless, you had two more strong arguments, Mayday. The role of the government. You said the role of the government, quite frankly, isn't to innovate, isn't to push the boundaries, it's not to do all these wonderful things. The role of the government is to provide consistent services to its citizens. We like that. I buy that. Didn't get a full contention from the Team Holy Childhood on why the role of the government isn't just to provide generally okay average service to the citizenry. And then this idea of financial impropriety, that risk necessarily comes with a mismanagement of finances and how it's not always worthwhile. And this is taxpayers' money. And then this is particularly back up. We take taxpayers' money and it doesn't work out. And this is a really horrible thing. We particularly like the example that was used by reply speaker in showing how we don't necessarily always get these return on investments. And that financial impropriety and just the misuse of tax funds and a risky venture is just something that we cannot tolerate, especially given the context, uncontested, that that is not the role of government. Ladies and gentlemen, I think after this, you can kind of flesh out a little bit more, excuse me, where this debate has ended up, right? The team winning this match and moving on to the quarterfinals of the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High Schools Debate Competition 2024 is the team from opposition Mayday High School.
Congratulations, Mayday.
Thank you, Holy Childhood. All the best in your next endeavors. We wish you all the best. Thank you for the good luck.
Congratulations to the team Mayday High School and valiant attempt to the team Holy Childhood. The scores are Holy Childhood ending on 262 points to Mayday's 265 points. The best speaker for this debate came to us from the winning team, and that was the reply speaker from Mayday High School. Congratulations, teams. We will now be pressing on into the next match of this debate. Teams, before you go, I want to ask you to put in the chat your speaker names and your positions. This is very important. Do that before you leave. Your speaker names and positions. The next match is going to be between Glenmuir High School and York Castle High School. I see Glenmuir and York Castle High School on. I'll invite you to turn on your cameras. We'll do a microphone test, York Castle and Glenmuir High School. And I'll encourage you to put your names in the chat, your speaker positions in the chat immediately. All right? Right. All right. So do we have the team York Castle and Glenmuir High School with us?
Yeah, you do. Hi.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's York.
Glenmuir is there.
And Glenmuir is here. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right, Glenmuir and York, feel free. See, Glenmuir has already done that.
Hey, Bob, could we get 1 minute, please?
Right. So, let me confirm. I see York Castle High, and let me see if Glenmuir High. Can I see your camera? Right, I'm seeing Glenmuir's setup. All right. And I'm seeing York Castle High School. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so let's get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this, the penultimate match in the national rounds of the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition 2024. So far, we have seen a total of 5 teams advancing to the quarterfinals, those teams being Campion College, Montego Bay High School for girls, Manning Schools, Immaculate Conception High, and we just witnessed the team Mayday High School also advancing to the quarterfinals. We have 2 teams from different zones. We have the team Glenmuir High School coming out of Zone A, and the team York Castle High School representing Zone B, and they'll be debating the motion. This house believes that Jamaica should revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on improving public sector working conditions and pay. In other words, Jamaica should move away from trying to reduce its national debt and instead focus those funds on improving the working conditions in the public sector. Yes? Now, I am Ravon Thomas Matthews, and with me is Shavar Campbell, who will serve as my wing adjudicator for this match. And I'll ask Shavar Campbell to just introduce himself quickly.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear, Shavar.
Right, so as introduced by my chair and chief adjudicator, my name is Shavar Campbell, and I'm a debate adjudicator affiliated with Jade. Also help them out with technology and stuff, so I'll be here to help him with assessing the arguments in this debate and just ensuring that everyone has a smooth and enjoyable experience.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Shavar. Now, teams, you already know your briefs. Yes. The first and last minute of each speech is what we consider protected time. That means that absolutely no points of information will be allowed during that period. First speaker, you will have 7 minutes. The second speaker, 6 minutes. The third speaker, you'll have 5 minutes. Now, of course, outside of the period of protected time, points of information are not only allowed, they are absolutely encouraged. And with no further ado, we invite the first speaker from the proposition team, Glenmuir High School, to open this debate.
Are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. People often say, put your money where your mouth is, questioning why actions don't align with beliefs. For instance, while they may claim children are the future, funding for education remains scarce. Additionally, the phrase money talks suggests that spending habits reveal true values. This raises the question, what does Jamaica truly value? Does it value public sector workers who educate our children, protect our streets, and care for our health? Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speaker and opposition, today we are proposing the moot. This house believes that Jamaica should revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on improving public sector working conditions on pay. I'll provide an introduction to our position and cover strengthening global competitiveness, long-term economic stability, and restoring public trust in the government. Our second speaker will cover investing in public sector workers, which increases productivity. Better working conditions reduce public sector turnover and brain drain. And our third speaker will cover that revising the debt strategy is a sustainable solution to the current public sector predicament. What is the moot really saying? According to the Cambridge Dictionary, revise means to look at or consider again an idea or piece of writing in order to improve or correct it. Debt reduction is the process of paying back part of a debt, and spending is money that is used for a particular purpose, especially by a government organization or a group. A debt is a sum of money that is owed or due according to, and a strategy is a plan of action designed to have a long-term or overall aim. and the public sector is a part of the economy that is controlled by the state. Working conditions refer to the working environment and aspects of employees' terms and conditions conditions of employment according to the European Industrial Relations Dictionary. So restated, the moot simply says, this House believes that Jamaica should look at improving the plan to pay back its debt to permit a greater amount of money to be allocated towards improving the conditions and salaries of employees of the state. It seems like a fair argument, but no, the opposition argues for stagnant wages and working conditions reminiscent of prehistoric times. The term should in this debate is most ethical, indicating a prioritized course of action. Just as you should get an education, tell the truth, or pay workers fairly, we the opposition firmly believe that Jamaica should prioritize improving public sector conditions and wages over the arbitrary reduction of its already diminishing debt. Why? According to a paper titled Sustained Debt Reduction, the Jamaica Exception, written by the Brookings Institution, Jamaica has exceeded its first debt reduction strategy, branded the Fiscal Responsibility Framework. In 2010, Jamaica sought to reduce its debt from 144% of GDP to 100%, and by the end of the 2018 fiscal. However, the goal was reached in 2016, and by the end of the 2023 fiscal year, it has reached 72% of debt reduction according to the GDP. This means that the value of Jamaica's debt is at least 28% less than the value of what the economy produces. But instead of a round of applause and a cheer for a job well done, the opposition will have us continue choking on the divisive grip of harsh austerity measures that Jamaican workers have been subject to this last decade. No, I say no. The Partnership for Jamaica Agreement Coalition supported Jamaica's debt reduction strategy from its inception, saying that the strategy fostered a common belief that the burden of fiscal adjustment would be widely and fair shared. But I ask you today, are the burdens being fairly shared? No. Jamaica, rich in tourism and agriculture, has struggled with economic challenges resulting from high debt. This has caused the public sector to face low wages and poor working conditions, which in turn affects the Jamaican people who rely on these services. So I ask, who now bears the brunt of the burden? I propose that a revision of the debt reduction strategy is not just needed, it is imperative. A plan that allows for greater spending on improving conditions for public sector workers. The proposition argues that Jamaica should reconsider its plan to pay down its debt, not to ignore it, but to allow for greater spending on improving conditions for public sector workers. Improving public sector wages and conditions will boost productivity. Not accepted at this time, it will be accepted in the second speaker's speech. Crucial for Jamaica's economic growth. A well-paid workforce provides better services benefiting all. Public sector workers are Jamaica's backbone, and in 2010, harsh cuts and wage freezes left teachers, nurses, and civil servants being undervalued. And by 2023, although debt was halved, many professions left for better opportunities, and those who stayed struggled. How can we forget the strike by the air traffic controllers, where due to inadequate pay, dozens of essential workers brought travel and tourism to a halt? Where tax offices still process paper documents with limited online options. Hospitals with outdated equipment and police stations are in disrepair. It's not just the workers suffering, it's the public relied on these services too. The public sector is essential for social cohesion, yet the kind of infrastructure and poor conditions in schools, hospitals, police stations are demoralizing our workers. It's no surprise that 85% of tertiary educated Jamaicans live abroad, as highlighted by the World Bank study and reiterated by the Jamaica Gleaner. By raising our strategy, we can curb this talent outflow, and competitive pay and improved working conditions will incentivize professionals to remain, fostering national development. A strong public sector is key to Jamaica's global competitiveness, as essential services like education, healthcare, and security attract private investment. Revising the debt strategy will strengthen these services, which will boost Jamaica's global standing by attracting foreign direct investment and giving them a reason to invest here. We must also consider long-term economic sustainability. While Jamaica's current strategy has successfully reduced debt, it has placed unsustainable pressure on the public sector. By revising the debt strategy, Jamaica can continue to reduce its debt while ensuring that its workforce, especially in the public sector, is healthy, motivated, and productive. Finally, we must rebuild the trust between the government and its people. For too long, public sector workers have felt undervalued and overburdened by fiscal austerity. By revising the debt strategy and investing more in public sector conditions, the government will signal its commitment to its citizens. This will restore faith in governance, reduce political polarization, and foster a more collaborative and cohesive society. As I hand over to my second speaker, we firmly assert that Jamaica must revise its debt reduction strategy to improve the investment in our public sector. Reducing national debt should never come at the crushing cost of demoralizing Jamaican people. It's not just a policy shift, it's our future in the balance. Today we propose a new path, one where we invest in our public sector and retain our talent and build a stronger Jamaica. We urge the adjudicators and opposition to see that this approach isn't just a policy shift, it's an investment for our future. I thank you.
And thank you very much to the first speaker from Glenmuir High School. We now invite the first speaker from the team Yorkcastle High School to open the debate for side opposition.
Is everyone hearing me clearly?
Loud and clear.
All right. I will first begin by stating, Mr. Speaker, I wish to note that the House has not yet provided a policy or plan for the revision of this strategy, which is a part of their burden as proposition. How then are the proposition to prove that this actual revised strategy, which was not provided, will be actually functional and beneficial? I'll move into my speech now. This opposition believes that it is not within the best interest of Jamaica to revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on public sector working conditions and pay at this point in time. Jean-Claude Juncker, former president of the European Commission, states that austerity is not a goal in itself, but a means to restore fiscal sustainability and growth. The main aim of Jamaica's debt management strategy is to keep these debts within reasonable levels. Let's look at the facts. The austerity employed by Jamaica reduces public debt from around 147% of GDP in 2013 to 72% in 2023, as per the GIS, proving that the strategy works, and well too. But the House's call for additional spending undercuts this success. The government is asking the opposition to risk years of fiscal discipline for a temporary, short-sighted solution that does not accurately address the root of our issues, which my second speaker will expound on. Through my arguments, I will prove that the cornerstone of fiscal stability is debt reduction, as well as show flaws in increasing public sector spending. My second speaker will provide suitable alternatives to the revision and unnecessary risk-taking this House would seek to carry out, and my reply speaker will summarize these arguments and show a better long-term impact for our Jamaican people. The debt reduction strategy is critical to maintaining fiscal stability and also ensures that Jamaica gets ahead of possible financial catastrophes and higher borrowing costs from third parties. Think of it like this. John takes out a loan with an agency, but John exhausts the money granted and has to go back to the agency. They grant him more money, but at a higher interest rate. After a while, however, the agency finds that he is reluctant and unable to pay his debts, so he is blacklisted from this and other loan agencies. John is Jamaica. Without this debt reduction strategy, Jamaica runs the risk of investor pullback and increased borrowing costs from the International Monetary Funds and other loan agencies. This will not only harm the economy at large, but also reduce the government's ability to provide to improve public services and support for the public sector in the long run. The opposition may argue that raising public sector wages will alleviate the concerns of public sector workers, but they fail to realize that increasing the spending without proper economic backing will only push the country back into a spiral of debt we fought so hard to escape. This not only harms the economy, but also public services too. While increasing public sector wages seems like an ideal solution in short sight, these raises can lead to detrimental inflation by reducing the purchasing power of workers. Purchasing power is the amount of goods or services that a currency can buy at any point in time. For example, buying a loaf of bread for $300 and the same loaf of bread costing $600 in days gone by. In this situation where wages are increased without simultaneous economic growth, this amount rises without an increase in supply and leads to higher prices that leaves workers in a worse position than they were despite these raises. Inflation harms everyone by raising the cost of goods and services for all citizens and undermines any short-term benefits of increased public sector spending. The decrease in national debt creates a sustainable economic environment that supports long-term growth. With a lower debt to GDP ratio, it frees up resources for public services like education, healthcare, and infrastructure. In a reduced national debt, allows the government to invest more in future public sector improvements and vital infrastructure without resorting to borrow. If we were to abandon the fiscal discipline now, we risk not being able to fund these services without going back to borrowing, which only plunges us further into debt. In conclusion, this opposition finds that austerity, though it may sound painful now, is essential to preserving our progress. The House is called for increased public sector wages, threatens the financial stability of our nations. By allowing functional and successful strategies to take full effect and reduce our debt to the absolute minimum, we can cultivate a sustainable future for Jamaican people. Our strategy ensures that Jamaica will thrive in the long term without falling back into the cycle of debt and financial insecurity. The opposition rests momentarily.
Thank you very much to the opposition speaker. We now invite the second speaker from Team Proposition to extend the case for the side, Glenmuir High School.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Respected adjudicators, esteemed member of the House, a pleasant good afternoon. Today, as the government, we believe that Jamaica should look at improving the plan to pay back its debt to permit a greater amount of money to be allocated towards improving the conditions and salaries of employees of the island. This revision is not a luxury, but a necessity for the social and economic development of our nation. The government should revise the debt strategy to invest in public sector workers, which will increase national productivity. In the last round, the opposition expounded on the argument that Jamaica must focus only on cutting spending and making plans for paying off their debts. They suggest that if the government prioritizes the public sector wages, it would jeopardize the fiscal stability and demolish foreign investment in the country. Even though we understand that fiscal stability is essential, this stance is extremely short-sighted. Cutting spending hurts the productivity of public sector workers. Honorable Speaker, multiple studies have demonstrated a direct correlation between worker compensation and productivity. According to an article by Michael Strain, there is a 1% increase in productivity associated with a 0.74% increase in the growth rate of compensation. Public sector workers in Jamaica, or teachers, nurses, police officers, and civil servants, are essential to the functioning of our society. However, they face severe underpayment and inadequate working conditions. According to the World Bank, Jamaica's public sector salaries are significantly lower than many other Caribbean nations. This gap in wages leads to lower morale and ultimately a decline in the quality of public services. When teachers are underpaid, for example, they may lack the motivation and resources needed to deliver high-quality education. The same applies to healthcare workers whose overwork and lack of adequate compensation reduce their ability to provide the care our citizens deserve. Similarly, police officers facing financial stress are less effective at maintaining public safety and are more susceptible to bribery and corruption. Revising our debt reduction strategy to allocate more funds toward public sector wages will significantly improve productivity across essential sectors. Please note, we are not saying that all the money allocated towards debt reduction will go towards the public sector. We're merely suggesting that a portion of these funds is pumped into the public sector. Well-paid teachers produce better educated students. Motivated healthcare workers deliver more efficient care, and well-supported law enforcement officers maintain peace and security more effectively. This doesn't just benefit these workers, it lifts the entire nation. As Jamaica builds a stronger public sector, we cultivate a more educated, healthy, and secure population, one that is better equipped to contribute to the country's economic growth. Section 48 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act specifies that while debt reduction is a priority, the government can reallocate resources to ensure that essential services and the welfare of its workers are not compromised. My second point, Mr. Speaker, is better working conditions will reduce public sector turnover and brain drain. It gets worse. Our public servants are choosing not to remain in their poor working conditions and are leaving their beloved Jamaica. We're all aware of the increasing emigration of Jamaican professionals. Jamaica is losing a staggering number of its expert workers each year, mainly from the public sector. Healthcare professionals, teachers, and police officers are leaving for countries where they receive better compensation and working conditions. According to the Global Talent Competitive Index, countries that invest in creating competitive work environments retain more skilled professionals. Switzerland ranks #1 in the world. The World Economic Forum states Switzerland's high levels of social protection and the quality of its natural environment are key factors in the talent competitiveness the index finds. An article by Our Today says out of 177 countries, Jamaica marks second place on the brain drain index with a 9.1 on a scale of 10. Jamaica cannot afford this brain drain. When skilled professionals leave the country, it forces us to spend additional resources on recruitment, training, replacements, and the quality of services suffers during this transition. Moreover, we lose institutional knowledge vital to the public sector's smooth functioning. By revising our debt reduction strategy to increase investment in public sector pay and working conditions, we have the ability to significantly reduce turnover and stem the flow of skilled professionals leaving Jamaica. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, debt reduction is not an end in itself. It is a means to achieving a prosperous and stable Jamaica. If our public services crumble due to underfunding, the progress we have made on debt reduction will mean nothing. It won't matter that Jamaica can pay off its debts if most of our citizens have emigrated to seek a better way of life. We believe that Jamaica can revise its strategy to allocate funds more effectively, ensuring both fiscal health and the well-being of its people. While I conclude, let me reiterate that revising Jamaica's debt reduction strategy to allocate more funds towards public sector wages and working conditions is not just a moral imperative. It is a strategic decision that will enhance national productivity and reduce turnover. Jamaica's public sector workers deserve better. And by investing in them, we invest in the present and future prosperity of our nation. I thank you.
Thank you to the second speaker from Team Glenmuir High School. We now invite the second speaker from the opposition, Team York Castle, to extend the case for that side of the house.
Good morning. Okay, starting in 2, 1, 2. Now, I would have been saying POI, I'm not sure if everyone would have heard. Nonetheless, I will ask my question. The government argues that a revision would, well, they will be able to answer, but the government argues that a revision would result in the improvement of the public sector. But can improvements not be made without revising the debt reduction strategy, given the very possible problems a revision could create? Also, the government argues that that we should abscond lessening Jamaica's diminishing debt, I quote, to improve our public sector. But if we do make such a move, we will suffer more problems. More problems will be suffered in the long run. These I will explain my case. Mr. Speaker, let me continue. Not every change is an improvement, but every improvement is definitely a change. The words I have just read to you aren't famous. They aren't complicated, but in fact, they are simple and full of meaning. Mr. Speaker, it is my operative today to prove to you that the change proposed by the government does not guarantee improvement to the public sector problem, and that it is possible for improvements to be made otherwise. Honorable adjudicators, members of the government, my fellow opposition members and those of the viewing and listening audience, good day. Mr. Speaker, it is a fervent view of side opposition that Jamaica should not have to revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on improving public sector working conditions and pay. The case to be explored will outline alternatives to the proposed revision, outline the risk of austerity a revision would bring forth, and show just how it risks a decrease in investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the House can agree that if Jamaica is to build and maintain a dominant public sector, there has to be improvements in the working conditions and pay of the employees who make up the sector. However, side opposition does not believe that revising the current debt reduction strategy is the most suitable approach. The government is arguing, Mr. Speaker, that the necessary funding required to improve the current state of the public sector should come from a revision in the current debt reduction strategy. But it is not a certainty that the revision to be proposed will yield success. In fact, given the plethora of possible barriers that come with a revision, side opposition fails to agree that it is the best submission to gain funds for public sector improvement. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we have examined and determined a list of more suitable alternatives that can generate funding for the public sector problem without incurring debt. Firstly, the government can start by reviewing and reallocating the usage of existing government funds to prioritize improvement of the public sector. Mr. Speaker, let me present a prime example of this. A 200% increase in the salary of Jamaica's Prime Minister, and an increase from $4.3 million to $14.1 million in the salary of MPs. From where the opposition stands is not proper usage of government funds, given the state of the public sector. In addition to this, pooling large sums of funds into single projects such as road. Accepted?
The opposition is suggesting that we get the funds from other sectors. Can you suggest which sectors the funds will come from?
That's why I said we could reallocate funds, and I'm going to get to that in a few. In addition to this, I'm getting directly to that right now. In addition to this, pooling large sums of funds into single projects such as roadworks or the political directorate, as I just mentioned, with the large salary increases, we can solve the problem. The government can solve the problem by making it more equitable and fair to address their concern and improve the state of the public sector. We're not saying you're supposed to abscond it, but make it more equitable and fair, distribute. Secondly, the government could explore the business of leasing or selling underutilized public assets such as lands, buildings, or even marine and aircraft vessels. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, the government could foster the usage of public-private partnerships, social impact, and even municipal bonds, where companies and private organizations alike can invest and see returns on public projects. Mr. Speaker, another barrier we must take into account, given the proposed revision, is the risk of further austerity poses. The Oxford Dictionary defines austerity as difficult economic conditions created by government measures to reduce public expenditure. By way of this, the proposed debt reduction strategy, that strategy revision, I must say, it must be inferred that additional measures will then be put in place to reduce Jamaica's expenditure budget of 1.341 trillion Jamaican dollars. But Mr. Speaker, if Jamaica was to implement a policy of such a nature to reduce debt and improve fiscal health, life would be even harder for Jamaicans than it currently is, at a time when it is unnecessary. Austerity means spending cuts on public projects and other necessities. And it must be noted that Jamaica is hailed for halving its debt in as little as 10 years at a sustained level, according to the JIS, and economic growth as well. So there isn't a dire need for to risk austerity. Mr. Speaker, this exhibit I will present will show the reality of such a move. During the 2008 financial crisis, the US government implemented austerity measures by cutting federal spending and increasing taxes. This caused reductions in government jobs, freezes on public sector wages, and scaling back of social programs. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in addition to both barriers, the proposed revision of the debt reduction strategy will risk investor confidence. The equation is very simple. Jamaica at the moment is currently handling its debts well, and investors may be compelled to explore. But introducing the revision of a policy that has seen a vast reduction in debt may bring forth uncertainty in the financial market. Investors may become wary of the government's operative and question its ability to manage its finances effectively, hence a reduction in the confidence of the investors, of the government. This reduction in confidence could then result in a reduction in investment, where investors might seek to invest elsewhere or neglect investing. In addition to this, an investor might withdraw his or her investment, as revising the debt reduction policy will increase how volatile the market is. And with a volatile market, Mr. Speaker, investors will want to demand higher increase rates to compensate their increased rates. With all I have outlined, side opposition is compelled to believe Jamaica does not need to revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on improving public sector working conditions and pay. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the second opposition speaker. The debate will now enter into a period of cross-questioning, wherein opposition will ask questions of proposition. Position, you are limited to only 20 seconds to ask your question. Proposition, you will have 40 seconds to respond to those questions. Of note, only one person can ask a question, but many people from the other team can respond to a question to ensure the most robust answer. And lastly, there will be no responding to a response. Once a question has been responded to, the team asking the question can ask a follow-up question based on that response or ask another question altogether. The time will begin when Team York asks their first question.
Okay, is everyone hearing?
You're a little bit low.
Oh, hold on. Is everyone hearing?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, all right. So our first question to Glenmuir. How does the House propose that increased spending on public sector wages and conditions will not lead to an unsustainable rise in debt levels in the near future?
We are not suggesting that. Can you repeat the question, please?
No problem. How does the House propose that increased spending will not lead to an unsustainable rise in debt levels in the future?
So we are not suggesting that we completely remove money that has been put towards the reduction strategy. We are suggesting that we reconsider it. This is because the public sector requires money so it is able to grow, and there is $317 billion being put towards the reduction currently, while in the public sector is $152 billion according to the 2024-2025 budget that was presented. So we're suggesting that the amount of money can be reduced. The amount of money being allocated to the debt reduction can be reduced, and it can be balanced in order to invest more into the public sector, which can lead to foreign direct investment, which will in turn have more money coming into the country, which can be put towards debt reduction and into the public sector and other ministries.
Okay, thank you. Increases in public sector raises will lead to inflation. How will this House ensure that workers' purchasing power remain unchanged or even probably decrease?
We are not saying, well, while inflation is not a bad thing. And we're not saying that the amount of money that we would put into the public sector, it would create a drastic inflation rate. We are saying that the amount of money pumped into the public sector would incur a steady inflation rate so that persons will be able to still live in Jamaica and have a comfortable life. We're not saying we're going to give the public sector 200 billion or 300 billion and then the inflation rate will skyrocket. We're not saying that. We're saying that the amount of funds allocated right now is not enough. So whether you can give them a portion of money, so for example 50 million or 150 million or somewhere along those lines where the inflation rate will not skyrocket, but it will still be a stable inflation rate. Because inflation is not a bad thing. Inflation means that our country has economic growth, and that is because that attracts investors.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to ask the host, what is will we be provided with a strategy? Does the host have a strategy on which they will revise this policy? Like, what is the revision for this?
So just to clarify, are you asking the basis on which you will revise, or are you asking for an exact amount of money
asking for a revision.
allocate?
I'm asking for the plan of revision.
Pardon me?
I'm asking for the plan of revision of the strategy.
We're saying that for this plan of revision, we're saying that some money can go towards the public sector, and then the money that will be removed from the money allocated towards the debt, we can implement other fiscal disciplines. So we're not relying only on the money. We will put other fiscal disciplines in place.
Okay, thank you. I think this might be okay. Final, I think this might be the final question. What evidence do you have? Oh, my bad. That's my bad. What specific measures will you implement to maintain or enhance investor confidence while increasing public sector spending and wages?
Can you please repeat the question?
No problem. Sorry. The increase it I'm so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm flustered. What measures will you implement to maintain or enhance investor confidence while also carrying out the increases in the spending?
Whilst carrying out this increase, we would have to take more moral approaches as well as fiscal and financial approaches, such as controlling our crime rate. With and revising this policy or whatever would be investing into our country, we would also need to understand that the integrity of the people, as well as the integrity of the integrity of the government, cannot be compromised in such an area as this. As this is where we need the individuals to understand that we are working for their best interest. Cutting and limiting them, constricting them to such a in which they're being paid peanuts to continue doing our work in Jamaica cannot ensure the integrity of each of the persons. So we would need to take moral actions to ensure that along with this plan, it will be carried out properly.
I believe there's time for one more. Why does the House believe that increasing spending is the only solution to improving public sector conditions?
We are not saying that increasing spending is the only solution. That's not what we're saying at all. But having more money pumped into the public sector will be a great help. It's an advantage. How else will we incentivize our teachers or nurses or police officers to stay in Jamaica if there are better opportunities overseas? And there's better pay, there's better working conditions. Our nurses are working long shifts. They are being overburdened with the amount of work that they have to do. So why is it that we should not help them and increase their pay?
All right, and that concludes the first segment of cross-questioning. At this point in time, we'll now flip the roles, wherein Team Glenmuir proposition will be asking questions of Nady High School.
Can I start?
Of York Castle, and yes, you can go right ahead.
Is the opposition complacent with inadequate public sector funding and the exodus of experts and professionals due to poor working conditions and wages?
We're not complicit. We're not ignoring the fact that there are, deficits in what could be done for public sector wages. But we believe that the genesis of this is not the root cause. The root cause is the fact that these public sector spending, these public sector wages, they are not being distributed properly or distributed in the right way. So austerity is, yes, it may be painful for a while, may be painful for a second, but also this is a part of the process in reducing our debt.
So are you being pumped into the public sector?
Can you repeat, please?
Repeat, Glenmuir.
Sure. Are you under the guise that the citizens of Jamaica are comfortable with the lack of funding being pumped into the public sector?
Obviously not. Why would we be okay with underfunding? But that is not the point that we are making.
Yeah, also, in addition, I'd like to add, our case is this: we're not saying that we're neglecting them, and it's not about neglect. We're saying that the government could use other alternatives and more better alternatives, more resourceful alternatives. We're seeing where our debt is being lessened, and why wouldn't we want to continue on that path? So instead of trying to use debt reduction as the way of pumping funds into the public sector, use other alternatives that are available at our disposal, reallocation of government funds. That's our case.
Also, how we have no way, we are not a rich country. We have no way of increasing public sector spending and we have austerity going on. We take out the austerity, we decrease the amount of austerity that is going on. How will we fund this? Down the line, we will have to take out more loans. We spin back into the same tailspin that we were in to begin with.
You argue that sticking reduction is crucial for long-term stability. But how do you respond to the idea that investing in public sector workers could actually stimulate the economy and reduce the debt in the long run?
Can you like repeat the last part of that sentence for me, please?
But how do you respond to the idea that investing in public sector workers could actually stimulate the economy and reduce the debt in the long run?
Reducing debt in the long run, you can't reduce debt in the long run if you have to pay the people with borrowed money. You have to continuously reduce the debt. If money is being borrowed, you cannot pay off debt with other debt. You have to continually work towards paying off your debt.
With that, we're saying we're on a path right now. You're saying in the long run, but we're currently on a path where we're reducing our debt. Why come off of that path to pump the funds into the public sector where we have other ways of pumping the fund into the public sector or other sources?
Okay, so if the current debt reduction strategy remains unchanged as you are proposing, how likely is it that the government will address should we stay on the path that we are on right now?
If you notice, you said right now, currently, we are very rigid right now. But there is no, as I said before in my speech, when we get to sustainable goals, when we get to the sustainable minimum, the absolute minimum that we can have, then we can think about revising. Right now, we have to think about paying back the debts that we owe.
How do you justify prioritizing debt repayment over the immediate needs of public sector workers who are struggling with poor pay and conditions?
Okay, we have already done that.
Working conditions.
We have already done that by highlighting that there are other ways of sourcing this funding, other ways of generating this funding. And we're not saying that the public sector workers are neglected or absconded. What we're trying to say is that the best way is not the spooling of the funds from the debt reduction strategy. We're saying we can use other strategies and other alternatives to source this funding, generate this funding.
And we also have the issue of long-term versus short-term. Yes, you get a pay increase now. Everything is all good. 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, we're back in debt again. So it is better that we continue in the path that is working for us right now, that is functioning. And then after we have reached the minimum amount of debt that a country can have, then we can talk about like going into.
So currently we are at 72%.
All right. Unfortunately, that is time, which means that idea may have to come out in a reply speech. At this point in time, we will pause the debate for 1 minute to allow the finishing touches to be placed on those reply speeches, after which we will invite the opposition reply speaker, who will be followed by the proposition reply speaker. And that 1 minute starts now.
1 minute, right?
All right. Thank you very much, Shavar. And that is time. We now invite the opposition reply speaker to conclude this debate.
Good
For
afternoon.
team
Are you
opposition.
Are you hearing
Ready when
clearly?
you're ready.
Are you hearing clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, esteemed opponents, my fellow colleagues. Today I stand as the third speaker for the opposition to firmly solidify our stance against the revision of Jamaica's debt reduction strategy for increased spending on public sector conditions and pay. Throughout this debate, the proposition has tried to convince you that Jamaica should prioritize increased public sector spending over its current debt reduction strategy. However, what they fail to acknowledge are the long-term risk and economic instability that such a revision would bring. I will demonstrate why maintaining fiscal stability is critical for Jamaica's economic future and why a proposed solution lacks the necessary foresight. To directly address the proposition's arguments, we must confront their claim that unacceptable public sector working conditions justify Jamaica's debt reduction strategy. This approach is short-sighted and dangerous. While conditions may be challenging, increasing spending without regard for fiscal discipline risks pushing Jamaica back into unsustainable debt levels, leading to economic instability and future austerity measures, which could worsen those very conditions. Instead of compromising Jamaica's financial health, we should focus on improving efficiency, productivity, and resource allocation within the existing budget framework. This ensures that public sector conditions can be improved sustainably without undermining the progress made in reducing the nation's debt. I firmly believe that the opposition has effectively argued that fiscal stability is essential for economic stability. This is not just an abstract idea. We provided clear evidence that Jamaica's debt reduction strategy has led to tangible benefits, including lower interest rates, greater investor confidence, and improved economic growth. The proposition has failed to refute the long-term benefits of fiscal stability, nor have they shown that their proposed strategy will create a better outcome for Jamaica. Honorable judges, our team demonstrated the inflationary risks of increasing public sector spending without careful planning. The proposition has ignored how increased government expenditure in the context of reduced debt control could worsen inflationary pressures. Inflation diminishes the purchasing power of every Jamaican, meaning the benefits of higher wages for public workers would be short-lived and ultimately nullified. Lastly, we have provided alternatives. The second speaker showed that there are more sustainable ways to improve public sector conditions without compromising fiscal responsibility, such as reallocating government funds and selling underutilized public assets. The proposition has not effectively engaged with these alternatives, which shows a lack of a comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the opposition has clearly proven that Jamaica's debt reduction strategy should remain intact. We have demonstrated that fiscal stability is the foundation for longer-term economic growth, and the risk of abandoning this strategy far outweigh any temporary benefits of increased public sector spending. The proposition failed to provide any proposed revision, which ultimately fails to provide sufficient evidence that any proposed revision will lead to a better future for Jamaica. By threatening fiscal stability, they jeopardize the gains made in recent years and expose the country to greater economic risks, including inflation and investor withdrawal. Ultimately, we are not saying the public sector workers do not deserve better working conditions and pay. Indeed, they do. But the way to achieve this is through sustainable long-term economic planning, not a reckless revision of the debt strategy. We must prioritize fiscal stability to protect Jamaica's economic future and ensure that future generations are not burdened by unsustainable debt. Abandoning fiscal discipline now would unravel years of hard-fought progress and plunge Jamaica back into economic instability. We must protect our future, not gamble it away on short-sighted promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the opposition reply speaker. We now invite the proposition reply speaker to conclude this debate.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and my distinguished colleagues, good day. As I stand before you, I am here to reiterate the fact that it's being told that the money being pumped into our debt is sustainable and is a good goal for this country. We are to reiterate the fact that we need money to be put into the public sector. The opposition would have you believe that prioritizing public sector improvement over aggressive reduction is fiscally irresponsible. But let me be crystal clear. A debt strategy that sacrifices the well-being of the public sector long term. The
Okay, Glemure, unfortunately,
we should continue on the same path.
Glemure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Your connection was perfectly fine. But for the reply speaker, it's really bad. We're not able to appreciate what you're saying. This is the final speech. I wonder if what has caused that, the bandwidth to be so low all of a sudden. So I can suggest, I don't know if the device switched.
Can you hear me now?
Hold on. Yeah, but you're still choppy. So my suggestion, if there's any other device connected to that Wi-Fi network that doesn't need to be on right now, you can turn it off so that you can gain access to the full bandwidth because it's really bad. Confirming that you guys heard me. Team Glemure?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but you're still sounding choppy. I'm not confident that I'll be able to hear your entire speech. Give it to me again. Let me hear you.
All right, is this better now? Hello?
Yeah, okay, that sounds better. Your video is no longer there, but your audio sounds fine. All right, so what we're going to do is restart your time. You will be able to restart your speech.
Okay.
Question though, is it necessary for them to have their camera on for this final?
No. But if you can turn off your camera, Glemure, we will permit it for this round. All right. Give it.
Can you hear me good now?
Yeah.
Honorable adjudicators, esteemed opponents, and my distinguished colleagues, good day. As I stand before you, representing the proposition, We are here to reiterate the fact that this House believes that Jamaica should revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on improving the public sector conditions and pay. This is not merely a matter of economic maneuvering, but one of national survival, equity, and long-term fiscal prudence. The opposition is saying that we should continue on the same path. However, our citizens are suffering under this current system. Imagine with me, a nurse, a mother of two, working hard day and night to bring into the house. And this nurse has to be told that she's not going to be able to be paid what she deserves despite all of her hard work because the country cannot afford to give essential individuals what they need. The opposition would have you believe that prioritizing public sector improvements over the aggressive debt reduction is fiscally irresponsible. But let me be crystal clear. A debt strategy that sacrifices the well-being of the public sector, you and me, short term, is a formula for social decay and economic disaster in the long term. We, on this side of the house, are offering a path that is not only balanced and sustainable, but grounded in global precedents and the sound of fiscal theory. See, revising the debt reduction strategy does not mean fiscal irresponsibility. In fact, the IMF and Jamaica's own Ministry of Finance have repeatedly shown that there is flexibility in fiscal policy for developmental spending. Jamaica's fiscal responsibility framework allows for the strategic deviations from debt reduction when investment in critical sectors is required. Section 48 of the Financial Administration and Adult Act specifies that while debt reduction may seem as a priority, the government can reallocate resources to ensure the essential services and the welfare of its workers are not compromised. Let us take a moment to consider Greece's experience after 2010, where rigid budget cuts led to economic stagnation, widespread social unrest, and the collapse of critical services. It was only after adopting a more balanced approach, combining moderate debt servicing with social investments, that Greece began to recover. While the conditions of Greece's decline is unique, with factors such as currency crisis and tax invasion, the principle still remains the same. Greece reflects the need for a public sector investment to move forward as a country. This directly mirrors Jamaica's current predicament and underscores why revising our debt strategy will lead to long-term fiscal health, not disaster. Currently, Jamaica has a 72% debt to GDP ratio. There is a $317 billion allocated to debt payment, according to the National Bank. According to the National Budget. The opposition is saying that the government is going to use borrowed money to invest into the public sector. We are not saying that. We are saying that these individuals who work so hard to keep this country up and running day by day, they deserve something in return, because out of many, one people. And so when we spend our short term to pay our debt from the money that we would have borrowed, when all of these people would have left the country due to a severe and chronic brain drain, who is going to be there to pay off this debt? When I and you and we all leave this country to pursue something that is better, who is going to help to pay this debt? Improving working conditions is crucial for reducing turnover and preventing the continued brain drain of skilled professionals from our shores. Professionals whose talents are vital to maintaining the robust and efficient public sector. In conclusion, the current debt strategy prioritizes debt payment at the expense of the public sector welfare, risking social decay and economic stagnation. Revising this strategy will boost economic growth, protect essential services, and uphold the rights of public workers without compromising fiscal discipline. Jamaica's future depends on investing in its people, not on financial restraint. We urge this House to support the motion and invest in this process. Thank you.
And indeed, thank you to the proposition reply speaker. The judges will now dismiss themselves to a deliberation room. We will figure out who the winners of this match are, who will be advancing to the quarterfinals, and who will be hoping to secure a wild card spot. In the meantime, we invite the teams to keep the mics open to just have a communication, have some communications with each other, and to keep each other's company as the judges excuse themselves.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, how are you?
It was a good debate.
Yeah, it was a good debate.
Hold on.
Give us a second.
You have to plug it back in.
Yeah, no,
But
no,
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 they
no.
won't see. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
We're unmuted, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's
Go to video set.
Guys, we're fixing the camera, by the way. Just do it. Let's look at
I'm not sure if you guys are talking, but you're breaking up, or you were not hearing anything now.
Send the link in the group so we can join.
Can you guys hear us better now?
We can hear you, yeah.
Great. Okay, so how was your day at school today? I think nothing.
It's actually Heritage Day for us, so we're not quite done there yet. I'm just here waiting. There's supposed to be RGR there.
And you guys are, I'm so sorry that you're missing that.
RGR's
here today for you.
I'm apparently supposed to go down for an interview in a few. I'm just waiting for the results of this first.
I hope your interview goes well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. How's your day?
No problem. I think I was actually here because we're having UN Day. I think there were some delegates actually to come from here to
Yes,
here.
they were supposed to go, but I think they got their trip canceled. But from my alma mater,
Oh.
from my alma mater school, there are people there as well. St. Hilda's High.
Oh yes, yes, yes. I believe we saw some of them. So I think RJ is actually here as well because they were streaming this. So they had like a bunch of persons from UNAJ come and had like a whole program and stuff, like panel discussions and so. So that's really what we're doing today, as well as the debates. What?
You guys kind of broke up there.
You see, being like RJ and UNA is good at all, but the break was not good. I am still tired. Mr. Austin.
That's so true.
That's so
That's so
true.
true.
That's so true. Oh wait, the people for the next match are here. Hi guys.
Hi guys. I hope you enjoy your debates.
Yeah. Remember my name is Liz.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're back and we have with us the results for this match. Do I have the team Glenmore and your Castle here with us?
We are here.
Wonderful. So
Your Castle is here.
we're going to jump right into it. So the motion for this round, this House believes that Jamaica should revise its debt reduction strategy to allow for more spending on improved public sector working conditions and pay. Now, this motion exists within a context. The context exists. We're talking about Jamaica right now. And the Jamaica right now that exists sees Jamaica doing very well in our debt reduction strategy. This is certainly true through all the commendations that we're getting from the IMF or the commendations that we're getting from articles being written about us. And so this is a fundamental truth that Jamaica is doing well in our debt reduction and that, you know, we're doing far better than would have been expected of Jamaica. This is a fundamental truth. I think this is information that a reasonably well-read citizen would have an appreciation of. But we want to credit the team, Glenmore somewhat, for not leaving that up to chance. They let us know in no ambiguous way that Jamaica has done well with our debt reduction strategy. And it gave us some statistics that 70% we pay back as some 30% so far, leaving us with 70%, and some lovely figures were crafted by Glenmore High School. And you know, there was concession as well on the side of your castle that we are doing well in terms of paying back our debt, and it's because we're doing well, but we shouldn't take our foot off the gas. And so I'm happy that that context status quo was appreciable by both teams, right? That we're doing well. The question now is, do we ease up off the gas in terms of paying back our debt, or do we become even more zealous or just as zealous in the paying back of our debt in service of, in the context that there are other things that exist, particularly the public sector, that demands our attention. So what did we hear from the teams in particular, right? Before I go into that, I want to clear up one more thing. It is indeed a debt reduction strategy. That necessarily implies that we're not taking on more debt by revising this strategy. It is more how much we're repaying on that debt. Yes, Glenmore, I would have told us I was spending like $300 and something billion to repay that debt. We heard that a little bit later on down in the speech. But I like that to come up, in the first speaker, the status quo. We definitely want that kind of information to set the context of the debate. And I think Glenmore did yourself a disservice by not giving us that kind of information earlier on in the debate. But nevertheless, we got that kind of information. And so what the debt reduction strategy and revision therein requires is not that we incur more debt, but quite simply that we slow down the rate at which we're paying back said debt, right? And in that context, we found that maybe that context was a little bit lost, and because of the loss of that context, we got some oddly placed ideas and arguments. But let's get into the debate. Firstly, we hear this idea from team proposition about brain drain, that people are leaving because the conditions are bad and it's horrible, and that we need a better workforce, and there's a wage freeze, and because of that we're leaving, and the teachers are leaving, and the air traffic people are striking, and the nurses are leaving, and this is a really horrible and bad thing, and we need to pay some focus on the public sector. Team York conceded. York never made any pretenses that our public sector is fine and dandy. They most certainly did not. They said, we know we have a problem, but the problem is, how is it that we're going to solve this problem? Yes. And so taking money from the debt reduction strategy to solve this problem isn't going to lead us to the best outcome. And this is where I said I think there might have been a bit of a misunderstanding of what the debt reduction strategy looks like and what the motion is demanding, because it is not going to put us in more debt. I imagine, as York contends, most certainly, in the first speaker and a little bit in the second speaker, this idea that we're going to be borrowing from lending agencies and we're going to have less interest rates as a result of it, you know, that's undermined significantly, because when we revise this strategy, we're not going to incur any more debt in any significant way. It's simply that we're going to be reducing the debt less aggressively. Now, economics and finances tells us that the lower you pay back a debt, you know, the more you pay in interest. But certainly in the context of meeting our obligations, in the context of, you know, our debt to GDP ratio being not as bad as it was, like 144%, and being much better, then that undermines in a real way the idea that York contends with, that is going to cause us to be blacklisted. Yes, because again, we're not incurring more debt, we're just reducing the fervency with which we repay the debt that exists. Now, mark you, as I explained earlier, necessarily that means that we will have more debt because of interest payments and principals and all that wonderful stuff. But that's going to be far less than what York is contending, which is incurring of more debt, the taking on of more debt. Yes. And so in that context, we found that there was a bit of misunderstanding right there. Then we got to this idea of brain drain again. My bad. Glenmuir tells us that brain drain is bad and this is not a good thing. And we heard even more analysis from the second speaker about the harms of brain drain. Well, like that, you went a little bit further. You know, you told us, the second speaker from Glenmuir, that brain drain is particularly bad because, one, we're losing a bunch of people. We're not the first for hearing that. But then we end up spending a bunch of money on individuals, on recruiting those individuals. And the transition between when we lose somebody and we gain somebody and they're capable of doing the job properly, that's going to cost us money. It's going to cost us money to recruit. It's going to cost us money to transition. And we're losing integral knowledge from subject matter experts, which is a very expensive resource to lose. And then we get this idea that debt reduction isn't an end in itself. Debt reduction exists to help the citizens. Its purpose is to help citizens. And if the economy crumbles because of this mass exodus of our talented individuals with the expert knowledge, if the economy crumbles because you know, we have to spend more money on recruitment, if the economy crumbles because of the transitionary period, if the economy crumbles because we don't have the brightest people in the workforce and we don't have people spending money in the workforce, then the debt reduction in and of itself is pointless. Because the debt reduction is to serve the people, and if there are no people to serve, the debt reduction is pointless. And in fact, they went a little bit further and gave us this side of contextualization, which the judges definitely appreciated, that if we take the money and spend it on the public sector and encourage them to work and empower them and increase productivity as they claim that it will do, then we'll have even more money in the long run to then fund this debt reduction. And so we get this positive feedback loop. Team Glenmuir content. We didn't get a contention that positive feedback loop is not going to work from the team York, right? And so the judges bought that idea. We heard from the team York Castle that instead of taking money from our debt reduction strategy, we should instead reallocate resources. We heard this argument of reallocating resources many times. We wanted to understand a little bit more how it is that the reallocation of funds is going to be sufficient enough to fund the needs that exist in our public sector. We got that. We got an appreciation somewhat from Glenmuir High School that the money that we take away from the debt will be able to fund the public sector. We got an appreciation of that. A little bit late nonetheless. We wanted that in the first speaker, we got in the second speaker. Not the best, not the end of the world, but we did get some appreciation of that, some figures. 315 billion for the debt, 150 for the public sector. We can do some kind of transitions on that. So we kind of got that mechanization of how much money we're looking at. We don't think it's sufficient for York to just tell us that we can reallocate the money from other areas without telling us how that reallocation is going to be sufficient to satisfy the need of the public sector. We don't think it's sufficient for York to tell us that you can sell public assets without telling me what those public assets are and telling me and proving to me that those public assets with the reallocation of funds from different areas is going to be sufficient to solve the public crisis. And we don't think that it's a good idea to reallocate funds from, as both teams contend, an already restricted budget from road repairs, into this. We heard this contestation that is just a bad spending of funds, and we buy that argument from your castle in as much as it wasn't contended with. It told us that with the salary increases from the politicians, unconscionably that money is evidence of a bad financial and fiscal planning rather that could have gone to solving the problems of the public sector. We buy that argument from the team York Castle. It wasn't contended with by the team Glenmuir High School that the increase in the politician's salary would have done enough to the public sector. The idea comes to mind as well that increase to the politician's salary spread across the vast expanse of the public sector wouldn't be sufficient, but we never got that contestation from Team Glenmuir High School. And so I bought it. I bought that argument. I was forced to buy it, right? We got several other auxiliary arguments. For example, the investors not willing to pay us back, are not willing to invest rather because we're reducing our debt strategy. I would buy that argument in as much as it wasn't contended with sufficiently by Team Glenmuir. We buy that argument. However, we don't think that when we weigh that argument against the long-term cyclical nature of increasing the public sector by reducing our debt reduction strategy, which in turn makes our public sector more attractive, increases economic spending, which in turn goes ahead and boosts the debt reduction, especially in the context of Glenmuir telling us that inflation isn't even a bad thing to begin with, it's evidence that we're growing. I think at the end of this speech, you can determine that the individual and the school rather that has won this debate and will be moving on to the quarterfinals of the JCSA's High Schools Debate Competition 2024 is the team in proposition Glenmuir High School. Congratulations, team Glenmuir High School. Excellent attempt to the team York Castle High School. The scores are Glenmuir High School ending on 273 points to York Castle's 263 points. So particularly enjoyed the cross-questioning, the answers to the question posed by York Castle. We appreciated Glenmuir's responses to those questions, and they certainly did well in that cross-question period, which certainly influenced greatly the scores and how they are. The best speaker for this debate comes to us from the winning team, and that is the second speaker from Team Glenmuir High School, Miss Kalia Powell.
Congratulations, guys.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Team Glenmuir High School. Valiant attempt.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The Glenmuir High School moving on to the quarterfinals of this competition, and York Castle will be waiting to see if they would have done enough to secure that coveted wildcard spot to be invited back to the quarterfinals of this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the final match of the day between the team Monroe College and San Diego High School, and they will be debating the motion. This house supports abandoned strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. In other words, no strikes and protests longer than two weeks. The two teams will be contesting this motion, Monroe College and San Diego High School. I see them both with me on the call. I'll ask you to show me yourselves, to open up your cameras, unmute yourselves so we can get the show on the road. Cheering out this match will be Miss Calicia Vassell, who will be joined by myself as a wing adjudicator, and of course, Mr. Shavar Campbell. All right, and so we turn the floor over to you, Miss Calicia Vassell.
One moment, Ravon.
All right, in the meantime, while we wait, can we confirm that Team San Diego is here with us? And can we confirm that Team Monroe College is here with us?
Pleasant afternoon to each and everyone. Yes, Monroe College is indeed present.
All right, Monroe, can I see your camera?
You can just give us a few minutes, please.
All right. All right. And now I turn over to the chair of this match, Madam Calicia Basso.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our final match of the day. I am Kalisa Tivasa. I'll be serving as your chief adjudicator for this match. As Ravan would have mentioned earlier, the motion for this match is this House supports a ban on strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. The usual protocols are observed, but for the purpose of housekeeping matters, I will go over them. The first speaker for both sides will have 7 minutes. The second speakers will have six, and then we'll pause for a 5 minute cross questioning section, which will see both teams proposing questions to each other, and each team will, of course, have the chance to answer them. Each question must last for no longer than 20 seconds, and each response should last for no longer than 45 seconds. After that, we'll go to the reply speakers, and their speeches will last for a total of 5 minutes. The first and last minutes of your speaking times are, of course, protected time during which no points of information will be accepted. That being said, how's everybody doing? How are we feeling?
We're very ecstatic.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it because I feel like happy debaters are good debaters. So I absolutely love that you guys are ecstatic. Is Saint Jago in the room with us? Are you guys present? How are you guys feeling?
Okay.
Sorry, what was that?
Are you able to hear me?
No, you're a bit muffled.
Well, I'm not
Are you
talking
hearing
to
me? Yeah, I'm hearing you, Kiona. So if the audio challenges persist on Liana's device, you guys will probably have to share. Are both teams ready for us to get the show on the road?
Yes, already.
Okay.
Indeed, we are.
Beautiful. So with that being said, I'm going to invite our first speaker for this debate to open the House, the Prime Minister. Please make them welcome. Hear, hear.
Members of this House, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, even though the right to strike is a fundamental right to democracy, would it be wise to constrict this right for the sake of economic stability, public health, and national security? As a responsible and forward-thinking government, a fundamental premise of our role is to efficiently manage the economy and to ensure the security of our nation. It is therefore without question that the government proposes the motion. This House supports a ban on strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. Now, as Prime Minister, I will outline the primary essence of supporting this notion. My deputy will seek to give a deeper contextualization of the motion as well as corrective measures plan. Lastly, my government member will seek to address and summarize exactly why we have won this debate. Now, naturally, the opposition will raise the issue of freedom of speech and constitution, which grants everyone certain freedom and rights to privacy. But before correcting the imminent misconceptions and highlighting the pragmatism of this argument, let us first define a few key terms. It is the Merriam-Webster dictionary that defines ban as the prohibiting of something or someone, especially by legal means. It also defines strike as a temporary stoppage of activities in protest against an action or condition. The term all workers is quite self-explanatory, but in this context, it refers to all members who make up the labor force of a country. Mr. Speaker, the side government has critically analyzed the stance of the opposition. It is incomprehensible. And then they claim they want to see a safe and ever-growing Jamaican economy. It is only the stance of side government that is deemed the most practicable. And let me tell you why. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, prolonged strikes and protests not can, but will have a devastating effect, crippling our economic activities and leading to significant financial losses for businesses and the economy at large. In context of Jamaica, where economic stability is of supreme importance for sustainable development and as well as the well-being of its citizens, a 2-week limit on strikes and protests is a prudent measure. Short-term strikes ensure that productivity is not significantly hampered, benefiting the economy and its workers. An article posted by the Jamaica Gleaner on October 23, 2024 details the dissatisfaction of more than 200 disgruntled workers who withdrew their services due to poor working conditions at the Royal Negril Hotel in Westmont on National Heroes Day. Consequently, a meeting was held involving Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett, the workers, the hotel management, and officials from Jamaica Tourist Board. Through collaboration, the general manager has been suspended and talks are ongoing to revitalize the working here. Accepted.
Accepted. Okay. So the economic impact is precisely the point of why workers strike. The impact is their leveraging, is their tool, is their leverage for negotiation. So workers strike because the impact will force their employers to come to the negotiating table and address their concerns.
The government strongly disagrees with this stance. Why? Because we have realized the practicability of implementing a framework that encompasses limiting the strikes, thus promoting greater collaboration with the ministry and also various stakeholders on that matter. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that prolonged strikes not only affect workers directly involved in the strike, but also affect individuals working in another sector. Mr. Speaker, what about the individuals who constantly rely on their basic pay to provide for the needs of their families? Let's take a farmer, for instance, who has to make the treacherous journey to the market on a daily basis, trying to earn a day's wage. If our taxes are on prolonged strike, how would they then survive? Bear in mind, this is just one instance of many. Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, we acknowledge the extreme difficulties that the elderly and persons disadvantaged face on a daily basis. Just imagine the additional challenges these persons would have to bear when prolonged strikes and protests further deplete the effectiveness of various essential services such as transportation and healthcare. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of the government to ignore the blatant threat that prolonged strikes poses on public health, safety, and security. An article titled The Effects of Violent Strikes on the Economy of a Developing Country by Muzingi Tenga details that these prolonged events often escalate into situations that endanger the lives and well-being of other citizens. Note carefully, Mr. Speaker, that not only endangers the lives of those involved, but also strains the limited resources of our emergency services and law enforcement. By implementing a two-work limit, we can reduce the risk of such escalations and ensure that public safety is maintained. Accepted. Continuing. Compounding all these issues, Mr. Speaker, is the country's international image. It is a known fact that Jamaica heavily relies on tourism and foreign direct investment as major revenue earners. An article posted by the Jamaica Observer on the 17th of October 2022 states that Jamaica is ranked as the 13th most dependent tourism economy in the world. As such, maintaining our international status is of utmost importance. By showcasing an economy that is rigged with prolonged strikes and protests, we risk tarnishing our reputation as a prime candidate to foster international trade and investment. Additionally, it will also lead to a decline in the number of tourist visitors who visit the country annually, as they would be deterred upon seeing prolonged strikes and protests that inadvertently leads to various forms of violence. My opposition. How is it that one can support prolonging strikes and protests and then still place the same level of demand and expectancy on our first-time respondents? How is it, my opposition, that the country sustains economic growth when resources are constantly deployed to curtail the effects of these strikes? Mr. Speaker, let the stance of the government be clear. We are not against democracy. In fact, not accepted. In fact, we are all for it. However, as government, we are tasked with the efficient management of our economy, being proactive. We have weighed the pros against the cons, and the results are clear. In order for us to include the never-ending implications that a prolonged strike poses on our economy.
Speaker from Monroe College, that is time elapsed.
No problem.
Over to you, Calicia.
We thank the very passionate Prime Minister for his submission. And now I invite the opposition leader to make her submission. Please make her welcome. Hear, hear.
Are you able to hear me well?
Yes, I am.
Good day, adjudicators, timekeepers, proposition, and opposition. This House stands firmly against the weakening of employees' strongest tool when bargaining for better work conditions. The opposition agrees with the definitions of the key terms, so I'll begin by stating the burdens. For the proposition to win this match, they must prove that the resolution in no way weakens the bargaining tools or limits the rights of employees. They must also argue for a complete ban as stated in the motion. This means that the proposition can in no way argue for a regulation of strikes and protests, which means that they cannot provide any leeway for some strikes and not others. Contrastingly, for the opposition to win this match, we need to show that a strike extending beyond 2 weeks is critical to its purpose and impact, and that the proposed ban is completely unnecessary. You will hear from me, the first opposition speaker, arguments detailing how the resolution takes the power out of striking and protesting while simultaneously being a dangerous misuse of government power.
The second speaker will substantiate my last point further and speak to how the resulting increase in online criticism of the ban could polarize politics and lead the government to censor dissent, thus threatening democratic rights. The third speaker will then concretize our substantives and put to rest the proposition's case. The stated arguments relate significantly to the principles of the motion and will be strengthened as the match goes on. Mr. Speaker, workers must be able to protest as long as it is necessary for conversations about their concerns to begin. We do not know how long it will take for these conversations to start, and this is why setting a limit to striking may be detrimental for the employees. But the resolution that the proposition so heavily defends, the power needed to help protect these working rights lessens. The average man does not typically wake up and decide to cause a disruption. We are socialized to find alternative ways to solve our problems, especially in the workplace where there are various means of problem solving, such as reporting to authority figures. Striking is quite literally a last resort. It happens because the concerns of the employees have not been taken seriously thus far, and a solution to these concerns has not been created. The strike aims to cause enough disruption that employers are compelled to give a level of understanding to the demands of their employees. Take, for instance, the aforementioned strike of the Royal Sun Hotel. According to Jamaica Observer, the concerns raised by the staff included inadequate food provisions and poor conditions in the staff canteen, insufficient treatment and support from management, low wages, particularly for line staff and supervisory roles, and ongoing challenges related to contract work arrangements. It is said that the employees' complaints are long-standing, and the protest indicates that they have now reached a breaking point. One employee even said that he has been displeased with the treatment since start of work in 2017. We admit that a disruption like this, especially when it is prolonged, can negatively impact society. However, we argue that this potential harm is exactly what makes strikes effective as a last resort. Strikes are impactful because they create high amounts of discomfort. That discomfort has a true impact when a limit to it is not predetermined. Knowing exactly how long one would be disadvantaged for or have to experience adversity motivates employers to bear it and tough it out. After spending time pleading with employers to no avail, striking is the only tool workers have that guarantees employers' willingness to listen to their concerns. And simply put, through the ability to tough it out, employers will avoid entertaining conversations since workers will have to return to work after 2 weeks. Essentially, with knowledge of the striking limit, employers are able to dismiss the concerns brought up in a strike or protest by their employees because they know it's temporary. This takes away the potency of a strike, resulting in no redress to genuine concerns of employees. Consider this. Striking can improve productivity due to increased happiness that is found through the understanding that it derives. A 6-month study conducted by the University of Oxford at the contact centers of British Telecom's firm established that happy workers are at least 13% more productive. So, Mr. Speaker, if the goal of strikes and protests is to create an opportunity for conversations to be had where understanding between worker and employer can be achieved, and we've established that this happiness increases productivity, why is it that the proposition is vying for reality that would breed discontentment because of unresolved concerns? Through proper understanding of the issue due to employee striking, the employers are able to come up with a solution that will increase happiness and simultaneously improve productivity. I'll continue by repeating that workers must be able to protest until their employers are willing to have a conversation about their concerns, even if this means that there will be a disruption. This period of disruption will create an opportunity for understanding because employers will lose money and productivity will stop. This will make it more likely that employers will meet their needs if workers with the needs of their workers and increase the likelihood of improved productivity. This ban is a clear misuse of government power against the public. This is relevant, especially in considering workers like taximen, as mentioned by the proposition. Taximen are not employed by the government, but they strive to get the attention of government workers that can make a difference and offer understanding. It takes away workers' strongest tool to gain their employees' attention when their concerns are being ignored. Strikes are meant to highlight these issues, and the government, acting as the employer, is responsible for resolving them. The restriction proposed in the motion could be used by employers who want to avoid important conversations about workers' needs, and by implementing this ban, workers' rights are made weaker. The ability of employers to simply push through periods of hardship brought on by strikes is incentivized when a limit is placed on striking, and when the government, acting as the employer, passes laws that restrict workers' ability to strike and protest while being involved in the outcome. It creates laws that discourage employees from pushing for necessary attention to their issues. In conclusion, the proposed ban on strikes and protests weakens workers' ability to advocate for their rights and limits their bargaining power. By knowing that strikes have a time limit, employers may dismiss these concerns, reducing the effectiveness of the protest. Furthermore, the government's involvement as the employer creates a dangerous situation where workers are discouraged from pushing for change. We must allow workers to protest until their working rights are met, as this disruption can lead to necessary conversations and ultimately improve both worker satisfaction and productivity. The opposition rests.
We thank the opposition leader for her very spirited submission. And now we're going to transition to the Deputy Prime Minister to make his contribution. Please make him welcome. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed panel and members of the House, I am honored to continue the case for the proposition in this crucial debate. This House supports abandoned strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. The Prime Minister has already set out the core implications and why such a policy is necessary to maintain economic stability, promote public safety, and achieve national security. Now, before I further build on those points, it's important to address some of the key arguments brought by side opposition. Firstly, the opposition claimed that limiting strikes to 2 weeks infringes on the workers' right. However, the Prime Minister would have explicitly stated our proposal does not eliminate the right to strike. Workers still have the full ability to organize, voice their concerns, and protest against unfair treatment. What we're suggesting, though, is a time frame that protects both workers and the broader public from the excessive harm caused by prolonged strikes. Lastly, the opposition argued that complex negotiations require more time. While some disputes may be complex, dragging out strikes does not guarantee better outcomes. The opposite is often true. A shorter focused time frame pushes for productive, solution-oriented talks rather than drawn-out conflicts that damage both sides. So far, Mr. Speaker, the government has elucidated the grappling impacts that extending strikes and protest timeframe can severely damage the economy, especially in vital sectors like health, education, and public transportation. This chronologically in the Caribbean and more so international. In the Caribbean, Barbados teachers strike in 2020 lasted 3 weeks, disrupting education and leading to economic losses. To take it a step further, internationally, the French transport strikes in 2019 cost the economy £400 million per day. Additionally, in that same year, UK doctors' strikes resulted in the cancellation of over 40,000 medical appointments, leading to public outcry and reports of several minor offenses accepted.
We contend that this disruption that you are speaking about is the very point of strikes. Through these disruptions, an understanding can be formed from the employers. And relating to your previous point, employers will be incentivized to tough it out if we had a limit to striking.
But what we're saying, though, is that the potential limit of striking it will not infringe on the public sector's workers and the employers' right to protest. What we actually have here is saying that the economy will rather suffer the potential or the greater effects of the impacts that having longer strikes on the economy. In Caribbean, Barbados teachers' strike in 2020 lasted 3 weeks, disrupting education and leading to economic losses. To take it a step further, Mr. Speaker, my Prime Minister also delved into the fact that banning strikes longer than 2 weeks for essential services protects the public from undue harm. Prolonged strikes in essential services can jeopardize public safety and well-being. In building an economy that is supposed to stand a chance, it must be efficient. By implementing this system, a 2-week limit on strikes and protests encourages faster negotiations and resolution, thus bolstering productivity and efficiency. By setting a clear deadline, both parties are compelled to work more diligently towards finding common ground. Furthermore, a shorter time frame fosters a sense of urgency that can promote more effective dialogue and promise between both employers and employees. It is important to know that while this policy does not prohibit strikes or protests altogether, rather it simply sets a reasonable limit on their duration. This allows workers to express their grievances while ensuring the nation's economy and social fabric remains intact.
And of course, being a proactive government, we have realized that there must be a proper management and communication with all the various trade unions and stakeholders so that businesses are reprimanded and all workers can receive fair treatment, thus minimizing the possibility of a strike or any other form of event. This new framework we can call the fourfold framework. It is comprised of 4 stages that will be a successful implementation by the year 2027. The first step in the establishment of this framework is to compose a council that is made up of the representatives from the government, key unions, and relevant stakeholders. The council's mandate will be to address labor disputes, promote dialogue, and facilitate collective bargaining so as to eradicate prolonged strikes and protests. Effective communication between the council is maintained through regularly scheduled meetings to discuss issues, identify potential conflicts, and explore solutions. The second stage of this framework entails establishing clear procedures for early intervention and mediation to prevent disputes from escalating. For this to be achieved, trained and impartial mediators will be able to facilitate discussions and help parties reach agreements. The third stage refers to the decision-making process itself. The council will have access to relevant data and information that will be utilized for all decisions. It is important to note that the data being provided will be based on facts and evidence. The fourth and final step in the implementation of this framework is that all decisions or updates in regard to any problem will be made available to the public, thus bolstering effective communications between all stakeholders. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government has held to its mantra of promoting democracy while promoting economic stability, public health, and national security. Our policy is not about silencing workers. It is about creating a fair balance between their right to protest and the protection of the public. Strikes and protests are crucial mechanisms for change, but they must be regulated to prevent excessive harm to the economy, public services, and society at large. The government now momentarily pauses.
We thank the Deputy Prime Minister. We thank the Deputy Prime Minister for his submission. And now we're going to go over to the opposition bench to hear the Deputy Opposition Leader and her contribution to the argument. Please make her welcome. Hear her.
Esteemed adjudicators, worthy opponents and teammates, good day. Today, the opposition is rejecting a ban on strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. The opposition leader has thus far skillfully contended that the resolution voids worker strikes and protests of their intended impact and is an alarming misuse of government power. In addition to zooming into the most dangerous conflict of interest raised by this ban between government workers and the state, I will demonstrate the snowball effect that such a ban would have that has the potential to lead to more pronounced encroaching of fundamental rights. For these reasons, I stand firmly against the weakening of employees' strongest tool when bargaining for better work conditions. But first, a few rebuttals. Deputy Prime Minister, the onus is on employers to come to the negotiating table in order to stop strikes and protests, and as such, protect the economy and the public from long-term damage. Workers stifling their concerns for the benefit of everyone but themselves negates the very point of striking in the first place. Additionally, protests happen because these issues have been raised without a listening ear for a very long time from the employers. Therefore, implementing policies for communication and so on and so forth would completely be irrelevant here because the strikes would happen because these issues have not been heard. Not onto my substantives. As was stated by the opposition leader, imposing restrictions on how long workers can strike or protest is a harmful exploitation of governmental authority. Moreover, in response to the Deputy Prime Minister, an ability to voice these concerns does not mean that they will be honored. Hence, the necessity of strikes and protests to apply the necessary pressure to guarantee a response from employers. This issue goes beyond simple legislative action. It poses a fundamental threat to the balance of power between the government and its employees. Public sector workers, the backbone of our society, depend on the ability to express their grievances without arbitrary restrictions. As my teammate pointed out, this ban could be weaponized by employers unwilling to crucial discussions about workers' needs. When the government, as the employer, enacts laws to limit workers' ability to strike and protest, while having a vested interest in the outcomes of these disputes, it effectively establishes regulations designed to deter employees from demanding necessary attention to their concerns. This not only creates widespread discontent, but also deepens socioeconomic inequalities, as marginalized workers may lack the resources to fight against unjust conditions. This spells an increase in distrust within the workforce and a decline in worker morale and productivity. Such actions are inconsistent with the fundamental principle that legitimizes strikes and protests. The Prime Minister's hypocrisy regarding the Integrity Commission exemplifies the very irony of the government implementing such a ban. After the commission criticized him, the Prime Minister sought to amend the law governing the body rather than address the root issues raised. This is a clear example of the government, as the creator of the law, attempting to change it when it no longer suits their interests. This kind of dynamic further undermines the trust between the government and its citizens, particularly those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, who very often are employees of the government. Fees arising from pursuing legal action are entirely out of their reach, especially considering that low wages is a sore issue in these strikes and protests. In keeping with the idea of misuse of power, growing online criticism from such a ban could polarize political views and prompt the government to center opposition, which would jeopardize democratic rights. Many Jamaicans have historically faced low wages, poor working conditions, and limited resources. The labor movement arose from a struggle against colonial oppression and has been vital in advocating for workers' rights. Consequently, a ban on strikes and protests would likely be seen as a threat
Point of
to these.
information.
Accepted.
We have clearly stated that we're not banning strikes and protests entirely, but rather setting a limit. So why is it that you still keep on saying that we're putting a ban on strikes and protests?
We are not contending that you are putting a ban on strikes and protests entirely, but because it was mentioned earlier that the ban was for 2 weeks, I'm not stating every single time that the ban is for 2 weeks. I'll continue. Consequently, a ban on strikes and protests after 2 weeks would likely be seen as a threat to these hard-won rights, limiting the ability to voice grievances and seek fair treatment. The emergence of social media has significantly changed how political issues such as this ban are discussed, amplifying public outrage and spreading dissenting opinions rapidly. For example, during Donald Trump's presidency, his administration often clashed with the media, labeling unfavorable coverage as fake news, which fostered a divisive environment. This division further entrenched supporters and critics in their views as the administration worked to undermine democratic journalists, thereby censoring dissent and polarizing the political landscape. Such actions diminish trust in the media and encourage supporters to dismiss legitimate critiques as partisan attacks, contributing to a broader erosion of democratic norms. This is more or less a play-by-play of the dynamics that would unfold if Jamaica were to impose a ban on worker strikes and protests after 2 weeks. Increased online criticism could lead the government to perceive legitimate dissent as nothing but a threat, prompting control measures to suppress opposing voices. This was precisely the opinion of the government during COVID-19, when citizens publicly voiced their opinions on the vaccines and when the national ID system was presented in Parliament. The Minister of Information continuously labeled such comments as false and fake. Such fear, censorship, distrust, and polarization undermine democracy. If the government prioritizes controlling the narrative over fostering open dialogue, it risks threatening freedoms of speech and association, alienating citizens, and deepening societal divisions. The far-reaching repercussions would include heightened disengagement from the political process, as workers may feel their voices are disregarded or silenced. This could lead to a reluctance to speak out against actual government injustices due to fear of legal repercussions. Therefore, it is essential to protect workers' ability to strike and protest, ensuring that without a limit, ensuring that meaningful conversations between employees and employers can take place, allowing them to feel heard and respected. In conclusion, the proposed ban on strikes and protests lasting longer than 2 weeks represents a profound misuse of governmental authority that threatens the balance of power between the state and its employees. By undermining workers' ability to voice their grievances, given the historical context of Jamaica's labor movement, if an understanding is not arrived at within the 2 weeks, it will only give rise to blind, unreasonable dissent from resentful workers and blind, unreasonable suppression of dissent by the government. Seeing as the dynamics of social media would rapidly amplify dissent, the government risks further polarizing society and making censorship attempts counterproductive. We must allow employees to maintain their strongest bargaining tool uninterfered with, as it is essential for the health of our democracy and the welfare of our society as a whole. I rest my case.
We thank the Deputy Opposition Leader for her submission. And now we're going to move into the cross-questioning section, which will last for 5 minutes. And I believe the opposition team gets to propose their questions first. Once again, your questions can last for no longer than
Hey there, Khaleesi. I see we may have lost you for just a brief minute there. Are you still on the call with us?
Yeah, I am. Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you now.
Okay, great. I was prompting the teams to begin the cross-questioning section. Did you guys hear that part? Hello?
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Who is supposed to begin? Like which team?
Opposition. You guys can start whenever you're ready. Your 5 minutes are on the clock.
Okay, proposition. Given the purpose of strikes are for the benefit of workers, how does the resolution secure better outcomes for employees?
So essentially, what the four-fold system does, it entails collective bargaining. Unlike what one would have stated, where using strikes and other protests as a means of leverage, it is not necessarily effective in terms of who are the persons who actually carrying out the strike being receiving fair treatment, as we'd seen with the JTA, where it was the teachers who actually collaborated and went on strike versus when you realize it was actually the principal. So it is not necessarily the persons who are actually carrying out the strike being rewarded fairly. And this is what the system seeks to address by bringing everyone to the table to have each and every person have a voice in regards to the policy making, thus promoting a better economic stability.
I believe that's time for that response. Opposition, I'll pause your time. Just confirming. Was he muffled for you guys as well, as in his audio?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So moving forward, Monroe, I'm going to ask that you guys, remedy whatever audio problems you guys are having. And yeah, so I'm going to resume the tab now, and you guys can continue with your questions, Saint Jago.
How does a ban address systematic issues that give rise to strikes and protests in the first place?
Could you repeat the question? We did not hear quite clearly.
How does a ban address systematic issues that give rise to strikes and protests in the first place?
Because what we do is provide a time limit in of the move that suggests 2 weeks, right? So we're not essentially banning entirely strikes, as these are ways and means. Not hearing me?
We're hearing.
Oh, so basically implementing what was I was saying, basically implementing a ban is time constricted. We're not saying that employees cannot strike whatsoever. What we're saying is that we have given them sufficient time to strike, thus promoting their democracy and also allowing us to continue to manage the economy based on just basically managing the economy better, providing economic stability, safeguarding health of various individuals, and to promote national security.
Okay. What alternatives do employees have to enforce their working rights if negotiations haven't started or made progress within the 2-week strike limit?
Could you repeat again? My apologies.
Okay. What alternatives do employees have to enforce their working rights if negotiations haven't started or made progress within the 2-week strike limit?
Bringing us back to exactly our solution for this problem, the fourfold system. It is a proactive measure that seeks to address the issues even beforehand, thus limiting strikes in general. We're not saying that strikes cannot occur, but what we're saying is that this system allows each and everyone to have a representation at the table. Therefore, the problem can be solved within a very efficient manner.
Okay. What tool would employees have to have their rights within the workplace protected if after 2 weeks of striking, employers do not facilitate negotiations?
All right, so it all comes down to the complexity of the issue. We're not saying that all issues will be solved within a 2-week manner. That is almost impossible, right? But what we're saying is that in comparison with the current status quo of Jamaica, that strikes obviously are the main narrative, so to speak, as to achieve some sort of recognition. What we're saying is that we will like to change the narrative, and by implementing a 2-week ban, we allows for whatever strike or issues at hand to be focused entirely. Also, what we do is to promote each and everyone at the table to represent a voice, essentially, so to speak, under the fourfold system.
How does the proposition respond to our concern about
That's overall time. Your 5 minutes have elapsed. Thank you, opposition, for proposing your questions. I know we're going to turn over to the proposing team, Monroe College, to pose their questions to St. Diego.
Okay.
Monroe?
Is everyone hearing us? Hello?
Yes, we're hearing. Also, unless you guys are having extenuating internet issues, your camera needs to be on.
Are you hearing us now?
Yeah, we are.
So you claim that side opposition weeks to make their point in a strike.
I'm sorry, you completely chipped out for us on this side. I didn't hear anything.
You hearing us now?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay. So the question is, you claim, you being side opposition, you claim that workers need more than 2 weeks to make their point in a strike. But how do you account for the fact that prolonged strikes often harm the very workers that are meant to protect, leading to loss of wages and jobs?
We did not contend that. Wait, could you repeat the beginning of your question? Just the beginning.
You claim that workers need more than 2 weeks to make their point in a strike. But how would you account for the fact that prolonged strikes often harm the very workers that are meant to protect, leading to loss of wages and jobs.
So strikes are usually a last resort. They are a last resort, which means that it's not a decision that is taken lightly. Therefore, the employees that want to go on a strike, that have decided to go on a strike, they already know of the likelihood that they will be financially harmed or financially damaged, and they are willing to undertake this risk, which is why they strike in the first place, to ensure long-term and meaningful change. They're willing to sacrifice that. And also, we did not contend that strikes should last for longer than 2 weeks. We said that putting a limit on it weakens the very impact, the very purpose of strikes. And so workers must be able to strike until their needs are met.
All right. You guys hearing us? Okay. Side opposition, you claim that strike is more of a last resort for these employees. However, we beg to differ, as you would have stated that it would have been the most prudent or the best possible means of employees hearing their concerns regarding employment. Isn't it therefore then common or sensically that logically is in a sense that these workers would abuse these strikes to meet their demand rather than utilizing it as a last resort, thus hindering economic growth and stability?
So before strikes happen, the very reason why strikes happen is because they have already gone through the usual channels of bringing up their issues, which is speaking to the higher ups, their managers, supervisors, and so forth. So by the time a strike happens, it is because those higher ups have not addressed their issues. So striking is not something that workers just get up and say, oh, we're going to strike because we're having this problem. It happens because their issues have continuously not been addressed.
All right. You guys still hearing us? All right. Next question. While you argue that limiting the length of strikes infringes on workers' rights, how do you propose we balance the rights of workers with the grappling need to protect public safety, especially essential services like healthcare and transportation to both the elderly and the vulnerable?
There's a simple solution. Employers must come to the table and negotiate to stop the strikes and protests. That is how it ends. Strikes and protests end when employers come to the table. Therefore, the onus is on the employers to make the decision to come and address their concerns, thus protecting the economy and the public from these harmful impacts that you mentioned.
All right, next question. Coming back again, in essential services such as hospitals, where extended strikes can literally cost lives, especially in years like 2019, do you believe there should be no restrictions at all? How do you ensure public safety in such cases if strikes go on indefinitely? If the employers choose, okay, I'm not going to respond, even if strikes occur, I'll just simply take the tactic of reducing the labor and hiring new persons who actually are willing to work under those type of conditions.
This kind of situation that you propose is highly improbable in hospitals, as such essential workers already have restrictions and limitations on how they're allowed to strike and for how long. So these restrictions, specifically for the hospital workers that you mentioned, would prevent such an impact from occurring.
Thank you, Monroe, for proposing your questions. That brings us to the end of your 5 minutes. And now we're going to pause for 1 minute to allow you guys to gather your thoughts, dot your I's, cross your T's, and deliver your reply speeches. And that brings us to the end of the 1 minute period. And it's now time for the closing speeches, the reply speeches, and we're going to begin with the third speaker from side opposition. A reminder that your speech lasts for 5 minutes. Please make her welcome. Hear her.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Today, we can assert that the opposition successfully contested the resolution where the government wishes to impose a ban on strikes that exceeds 2 weeks. We have shown this through multiple examples and principled arguments, and as such, the case of the proposition fails to stand up to scrutiny. The proposition solution is completely ineffective, as it completely disregards the fact that strikes happen because issues have continuously not been addressed. They are a last resort. Therefore, the so-called solution would have no place within the context of a strike happening. We cannot emphasize this enough. The opposition leader has been stressing it too much for it to go unnoticed. The strength of strikes comes from their ability to apply sustained pressure, compelling employers to address workers' demands. When an employer knows exactly how long a protest or strike will last, they can plan for it. And because they can tough it out, it nullifies the intended impact. So no proposition. We are not saying that you are placing a ban on strikes and protests, but by placing a limit on them, you are taking away their effectiveness, which takes the power away from the employees. The second proposition speaker contended that dragging out strikes does not guarantee better outcomes. Allow me to bring to your attention that in a world where time limits are enforced on strikes, employers may simply endure the disruption and stretch out their resources, knowing workers will return to the same unresolved issues that led to the strike in the first place after 2 weeks' end. When workers return, they will face the same poor conditions, lack of fair wages, or unaddressed grievances, which will breed more frustration. Moreover, this proposal, as argued by my second speaker, represents a dangerous overreach by the government. In public sector disputes, the government is both the employer and lawmaker. By limiting strikes, the government is unilaterally weakening the workers' power to demand justice, and there is a term to categorize that: abuse of power. There is no way workers can properly challenge an employer who also controls the laws that govern their strikes in the way that the resolution suggests. Refer to the Jamaica public sector wage negotiations of late 2022 to early 2023. Public sector workers, including teachers and nurses, staged strikes to protest new compensation schemes that were not in their best interest. This demonstrates its effectiveness. As workers rallied for better wages and working conditions, the government was compelled to negotiate swiftly, fearing the potential duration and impact of the strikes. This uncertainty pressured them to engage seriously, as they could not predict how long the workers might be willing to continue their protest. In addition to this, the government's decision to involve the Ministry of Education and take matter to the Industrial Disputes Tribunal revealed a bias. As an employer,
indicating its willingness to disregard workers' rights rather than mediate fairly in 2023. Now imagine if the strikes have been capped at 2 weeks. The government would have had no incentive to come to the negotiating table since they could have waited it out. We cannot allow unjust government regulations to take precedence over the right to proper working conditions. The right to strike is significantly rooted in their right to demand fair treatment and respect in the workplace. The very reason strikes happen is that workers feel as though their rights have been trampled on. Placing a time limit on strikes is essentially telling workers, oh, you only get 2 weeks to
Point of
demand.
information.
Not accepted. Whether or not anything changes, you have to go back to work when time up. The second opposition speaker discussed how the rise in online criticism of the ban could polarize politics and prompt the government to censor legitimate dissent, thereby putting the democratic rights of workers and civilians in jeopardy. Given Jamaica's history of labor movements fighting against the oppressive demands, the ban would be seen as a threat to the hard-won rights of workers, as my second speaker said, restricting their ability to voice grievances. The rise, sorry. No. The rise of social media has transformed political discourse, amplifying public outrage and dissent. She referred to the situations that took place with Donald Trump. Another notable example, however, is the protest in Egypt. During the Arab Spring, which began in late 2010 to early 2011. This was primarily about the widespread dissatisfaction with the long-standing authoritarian rules of the president. The protests were notably organized and amplified through social media platforms, which helped to mobilize large numbers of people in the Tahrir Square. During the protest, the Egyptian government under President Mubarak temporarily shut down the internet and mobile networks, employed police crackdowns, mass arrests, and violent suppressions of protesters to intimidate the population into silence. The solution provided by the proposition already exists, and the fact that strikes happen are proof that it does not work. If the Jamaican government prioritizes controlling narrative over fostering open dialogue, it risks alienating the citizens and undermining democratic principles. The proposed ban is a profound misuse of authority that threatens the balance of power, and it is essential to uphold workers' ability to strike as a vital tool for meaningful dialogue. If the workers cannot strike, they will definitely turn to other platforms to voice their dissatisfaction, and we all know how the Jamaican government is. Whenever a statement is made against anyone in power, they are quick to jump in the river of defamation, for example, and take legal actions, ultimately shooting down the concerns and cries of others. This threatens the very principle of democratic rights. It's like telling them, yes, we gave you this right, but whenever you use it against us, it's unethical. To conclude, the proposition before us today is not just about limiting the length of strikes and protests. By carefully examining the depths of the motion, we see that it is about eroding the power of workers to demand justice, about weakening the right to proper working conditions, and about enabling the government to overreach its authority. By capping strikes at 2 weeks, the government diminishes the very power workers have to demand fair treatment, as demonstrated by the Jamaica public sector wage negotiations. Without the ability to apply sustained pressure, workers will be forced back into the same poor conditions, and employers will have no incentive to negotiate. Moreover, as seen in the example I gave, the Arab Spring protest, stifling dissent only drives it to other platforms like social media, where government may result.
That's overall time. Thank you, Speaker. We thank the opposition reply speaker for her submission, and now we'll go over to the proposition team Monroe College so that their third speaker can close off their bench of the debate and the overall debate itself. Please make him welcome. Here.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed panel, and members of the House, I am honored to continue the case for the proposition in this crucial debate. This House supports a ban on strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. The Prime Minister has already set out the core implication of why such a policy is necessary to maintain economic stability, promote public safety, and achieve national security. Now, before I further build on those points, it's important to address some of the key arguments brought forward by the opposition. Firstly, the opposition claimed that limiting strikes to 2 weeks infringes on the workers' rights. However, as the Prime Minister would have explicitly stated, our proposal does not eliminate the right to strike. Workers still have the full ability to organize, voice their concerns, and protest against unfair treatment. What we are suggesting is a time frame that protects both workers and broader public from the excessive harm caused by prolonged strikes. My opposition, do you think that if employees realize that strikes are effective in achieving what they want, is it not obvious that this measure will be consistently abused? Now imagine a Jamaican society where strikes are occurring every other week. How will we move forward as an economy? Lastly, the opposition argued that the complex negotiations require more time. While some disputes may be complex, dragging out strikes does not guarantee better outcomes. The opposition is often true. A shorter focused time frame pushes for productive, solution-oriented talks rather than drawn-out conflicts that damage both sides. So far, Mr. Speaker, the government has elucidated the grappling impacts that extending strikes and protest time frame can severely damage the economy, especially in vital sectors like health, education, and public transportation. This can be further supported chronologically in the Caribbean and more so internationally. In the Caribbean, Barbados teachers' strike in 2020 lasted nearly 3 weeks, disrupting education and leading to economic losses. To take it a step further internationally, the French transport strikes in 2019 cost the economy 400 million per day. Additionally, in the same year, UK doctors' strikes resulted in the cancellation of over 40,000 medical appointments, leading to public outcry and reports of several minor offenses. Mr. Speaker, my Prime Minister also delved into the fact banning strikes longer than 2 weeks for essential services, example healthcare, utilities, protects the public from undue harm. Prolonged strikes in essential sectors can jeopardize public safety and well-being. In building an economy that is I decline. Is supposed to stand a chance, it must be efficient. By implementing this system, a 2-week limit on strikes and protests encourages faster negotiation and resolution, thus bolstering productivity and efficiency. Setting a clear deadline, both parties are compelled to work more diligently towards finding common ground. Furthermore, a shorter time frame fosters a sense of urgency that can promote more effective dialogue and compromise between both employers and employees. It is important to note that this policy does not prohibit strikes or protests altogether. Rather, it simply sets a reasonable limit on their duration. This allows workers to express their grievance while ensuring that the nation's economic and social fabric remains intact. And of course, being a proactive government, we have realized that there needs to be a proper management and communication with all the various trade unions and stakeholders so that businesses are pre-manded and all workers can receive fair treatment, thus minimizing the possibility of strike or any other form of event. This new framework we call the fourfold framework. It is comprised of event. This new framework
stages that will see a successful implementation by the year 2027. The first step in the establishment of this framework is to compose a council that is made up of representatives from the government, key unions, and relevant stakeholders. The council mandate will be address labor disputes, promote dialogue, and facilitate collective bargaining so as to eradicate prolonged strikes and protests. Effective communication between the council is maintained through regular scheduled meetings to
That's
discuss
overall
issues.
time.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. And that brings us to the end of our debate. Thank you very much to both teams for your respective contributions. The judges are going to excuse themselves to a breakout room to deliberate. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves, talk about the debate, get acquainted, and all of that while we deliberate. The adjudicators are done deliberating. Do we have both schools in the room with us?
Yes, Miss. Monroe College is here.
Is St. Jacob present?
Yes, we're present.
Beautiful. So, as you guys can probably tell from how long we were deliberating, it was a really, really, really close match. The panel thought that both of you had really brilliant ideas, but at the end of the day, for a debate like this, it really came down to who carried their burdens better. So, the motion reads: This House supports a ban on strikes and protests that last longer than 2 weeks for all workers. So essentially, what we had from side proposition was an attempt to prove that it's reasonable for us to limit the amount of time that people can strike, that public sector workers rather can strike, to 2 weeks. And on opposition, we heard that that's absolutely not okay because it removes power from the hands of the employees. We got some really brilliant stakeholder analysis, the panel thought, from Monroe College, wherein they really expanded the idea of which public sectors would be affected, in the sense that they really showed us how the people who are striking are affected and how that will come around to affect other sectors by virtue of transportation, healthcare, education, and that sort of thing, which benefits more people and accounts for more employees than just the ones that are directly involved in the sectors. We also hear from Side Monroe on the matter of stakeholder analysis that the government, in as much as it has a responsibility to safeguard the rights of the public sector workers, it also has a responsibility to safeguard the rights of citizens as well. They also tell us that public sector workers, by virtue of the fact, ensure that the citizens of the country have reasonable and sufficient access to certain essential services such as education and healthcare. And because of this sort of access and this sort of unspoken social contract that the public sector and the government have to the people, it is absolutely unreasonable of us to allow for strikes to occur rather for more than 2 weeks because of the harms that this proposes to broader society. So we hear that this might cause economic collapse. We hear that this obstructs access to essential services such as education and healthcare. But then we hear Team St. Jago really contend that and tell us that sectors such as healthcare, for example, already have stipulations that ensure that the workers can't strike for any extended period of time because of how that affects the broader society. So, by virtue of those mechanisms being in place, the government or the public sector workers, rather, are actually fulfilling their responsibility to the citizens to ensure that they do have access to essential service, and that also ensuring that this access does not overshadow the need for workers' rights to be justified. Um, we also hear from St. Jago that in as much as we have these harms, they concede completely to the idea that these harms are present. But St. Jago really bites the bullet, which the panel thought was particularly admirable. And they say to us, yes, we're going to have economic problems. Yes, we're going to have an obstruction of certain services, but all of this is perfectly acceptable. And we concede to having this happen if it is that workers will get the justice that they deserve. The panel was particularly torn on that particular point of view, simply because, in as much as we can accept the necessity of social justice for workers, we can also really acknowledge the necessity of the responsibility that the government and the public sector has to ensure that society functions efficiently. However, St. Jago did a particularly brilliant job, the panel thought, at convincing us that despite all the harms that we're going to face, Monroe College quantifies it as a prospective $40 billion loss, as exemplified from a previous example. St. Jago tells us, yes, we know, and that's okay, and this is why it's okay. St. Jago tells us that one, strikes are not as frequent as Monroe would like to have us believe. Nobody's getting up randomly and striking. A strike is a last resort that workers resort to only after they have exhausted all other options that they have available to them to seek social justice, to really uphold the rights and the working conditions that they deserve. St. Jago also paints a picture of what inhumane working conditions look like and the sort of working environment that would prompt workers to really pursue something as drastic as a strike. They tell us that it's probably a situation where they've been contesting the inhumane working conditions for years upon years. They've tried negotiating, They've tried peaceful talks, and absolutely no change has been yielded for them. And now they're at a point in their working life where they absolutely cannot take it anymore. And insofar as they're at that point, that breaking point where they have no other options available to them, this is okay for us to have all these harms, provided that we get this benefit. And they also really show us that this benefit that we get from having the rights of public sector workers achieve at the costs or the harms that Monroe purports to us. It's okay because this benefit comes back around to benefit society as well. Simply because when workers are happier, the quality of service that people are getting is so much better. So it actually people stand to gain benefit, even if they have to experience this momentary discomfort, whether it be for 2 weeks or for longer. And because of that, we credited St. Jago with carrying that particular burden. The panel also credited St. Jago with that particular burden, simply because when Monroe College says to us that really and truly 2 weeks is enough because people are going to be intent, they also create the burden for them to carry that, which is to really show the panel of adjudicators what is going to be so special about these 2 weeks, what is going to be so advocacy centered and so activism centered that it's going to generate the same results that a strike could generate if it were not limited to 2 weeks. And they don't really paint the panel a sufficient enough picture so that we can agree or concede to the idea that 2 weeks will in fact be enough. However, we did appreciate the idea posited from Monroe that really and truly quantity of time is not equivalent to a greater quality of effectiveness from strikes. But ultimately, St. Jago does a better job of convincing us why it's not okay to limit it to 2 weeks, given that this is the only avenue that workers have. The debate really also boiled down to a matter of power. So on the side of St. Jago, we hear that when we limit strikes to 2 weeks, it removes power from the hands of the employees. And we hear from Monroe College that we're not really removing power from the hands of the employees simply because we're not removing their right to strike. Because we're not removing their right to strike entirely, they can still do whatever they want within these 2 weeks. Is it really an infringement upon those fundamental rights? And if it is an infringement, is it not a reasonable infringement? However, once again, St. Jago paints us this really grueling and drastic picture that any removal of the efficacy of a strike, which is equivalent to power of the employees in this context, is a complete removal of their power because this is once again their last resort. And in as much as we can acknowledge that they can still do whatever they want to do within the 2 weeks, ultimately limiting their capacities in any way, because time is really such an important factor when we talk about strikes, really completely removes their power entirely. And because of that sort of mechanization and that sort of depth of development, we credited St. Jago with that particular clash. An interesting point that the panel thought came was the sort of idea of safeguard the rights of the people. They also have a responsibility to safeguard the functioning of broader society. And because of that, the 2 weeks is probably the most reasonable approach that the government can take to really honoring both of those responsibilities, which we thought was an absolutely interesting point. However, after lots and lots of verbiage and debate in deliberation, the panel eventually came to a conclusion, and we conclude that the winner of this match was St. Jago High School, and the best speaker for the match was the first opposition speaker from St. Jago. The scores are as follows. For proposition, their total was 263, that's Monroe College, and for opposition, St. Jago High School, their total was 272 points. So that concludes today's match. Congratulations, St. Jago High School, and a really, really excellent attempt, Monroe College. Thank you.
And thank you, Calicia. We now know the 7 of 8 teams that will be advancing to the quarterfinals of this competition. The last team, of course, to join the ranks of others is the team San Diego High School. A well fought match, Monroe College. Congratulations to San Diego High School. Ladies and gentlemen, this now concludes the national round of the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High School Debate Competition 2024. The next match, the next series of matches that you'll be seeing will be our quarterfinals match, where the top 8 teams will be battling it out to see who will be advancing. And interestingly enough, after the quarterfinals, there'll be no more wild cards. That means it's either win or drop out. We're moving on to that harsh elimination round. Congratulations to all the teams who have advanced so far. We will be announcing the wild card very, very soon. The match fixtures and motions will be made available to the teams very soon. But for now, that is it. Thank you all for coming out, and this concludes the national round 2 of the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. I am Ravon Thomas Matthews, and it has been my pleasure. Take care, everyone.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.